this place. All right. So while we are doing that, let's take a pause because we have our distinguished guest coming in. Can everybody please give him a standing ovation? His Royal Majesty Obayekim Ademola Abioye. Keep clapping. Thank you very much, sir, for honoring us with your presence. While he's coming in, I can also spot our keynote speaker right here with us, Barrister Biola Adeoye. Thank you very much, sir. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. We are going to do the job together today. You clap, I speak. Thank you. All right, we have here with us Barrister Bimbo Ojenike. He's part of the panelists. Keep clapping. Also here we have Mr. Adeshola Ogundiran, FCA. He's also part of the panelists. In the same vein, we have the third panelist, and I'm going to be calling out to the podium right here. Please jam your hands together for the Director of Center of Entrepreneurship and Innovation, University of Ibadan, Professor Oyedunni Arulogun. Ma, please make your way. Thank you very much, Mommy. Thank you, Mom. Think about it, extraordinary things. Show me love, I go show you more. Thank you. So I'm going to, well, we can have our seats. We can all have our seats. Thank you very much. We can have our seats. So I guess I want our panelists and distinguished guests to have a feel of being in University of Ibadan. So I guess we should complete what we started. Should we? Good. So we are done with Obafemi Awolowo, all right. Let's see if we have persons from the great Nnamdi Azikiwe Hall. The Baluba men, make some noise. All right, moving on. Let's go to the Loteda Hall. If you are from the Loteda Hall, make some noise. Loteda Hall PRO, you did not bring your people. If the PRO can hear me, please let him know that his people are not here. From the Kenneth Melambi Hall, make some noise. They don't have, even have a right tonight, then good idea. All right, moving on to the Ransom Kuti Hall. Make a resounding noise. Queen Idia Hall, make some noise. We are not done. Why do you think we are not done? What if that's the only hall that I recognize? All right. The greatest hall in University of Ibadan, if I do say so myself, please make some noise. That is about to bribe me. I won't mention your hall, sir. I know. Please make some noise for the Queen Elizabeth II Hall. You see, they are so intellectual. They came for the event. All right, let's move to the only living hall in University of Ibadan. The greatest independence hall. Make some noise. All right. Can somebody help me with the order we haven't mentioned? Sorry now. You see, Starlizzy, you cannot beat me. I have the microphone with me. If I decide to do it, I won't mention your hall, but I will try and mention your hall. So guys, make a loud applause. Don't just shout alone. A loud applause for the Sultan Bello Hall. Yes, that's great. Let's move a bit to the hall that is abroad. Let's see if they are here. The Alexandra Brown Hall. Wow. You know, they are busy men. You know, they are very busy. Busy men and busy women. I think we are done. Are we done? The thing is, I'm actually being intentional. Are we done? Okay. For our dear brothers and sisters that for some reasons, they've decided not to live in the hostels inside the campus, you know, make a resounding noise for the Agbowo community versus residents. Agbowo eti take over. Jam your hands together for yourselves. I think we are going to a very important information. So this event is streamed live at all the social media pages, on all the social media pages of Edmondo Bilo, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on Facebook, and right on Twitter. So you can actually follow live. And I think we deserve a round of applause for giving us that. So you can literally see yourself online, and your friend will just say, "So where are you?" You just tell them that I'm at the UISU personality lecture. Please, a round of applause for that again. Thank you. So let's go right into the event proper. Appreciate the presence of all our distinguished guests of honor. Thank you very much for coming. In no particular order, jam your hands together for the keynote speaker, Barrister Beulah Hadioye. In that same vein, thank you very much, sir. In that same game, give a resounding applause for His Royal Majesty, Oba Yekim Ademola Abioye. Eshegon, sir. Also, we have the presence of our panelists. These are so please jam your hands together for Mr. Adeshola Ogundiran, FCA. Thank you, sir. Also, anyway, jam your hands together for Professor Oyeduni Arulogun. She is the Director of Center of Entrepreneurship and Innovation, University of Ibadan. Thank you very much, Mommy, for coming. All right, we have a legal juggernaut. Jam your hands together for Barrister Bimbo Ojenike. Thank you very much for coming. Then the University of Ibadan anthem. So here's the thing here. If you decide to say that you are not a Nigerian, at least you are a Uite. So if you don't know national anthem, I'm sorry for you. Because that anthem is a very, very sonorous anthem. So let's go through. Omo Badonimi. It's a very, very sonorous anthem. You're still a Nigerian, right? Exactly. Before you decide to escape the route of Nigeria, you're still a Nigerian. So let's go into it.
Onírẹ̀yìn o, lójú mi, onírẹ̀yìn. gbogbo nílé tó gbàlejò yóò gbé gbogbo wa o.
Right. We can have our seats. Thank you very much. We can all have our seats. Now, I want you to tell something to your neighbor, anybody sitting right beside you. Tell the person that you're about to have an evergreen time. I mean, you're going to look back into these events in 2 years, 3 years, and you'll be super grateful that you found yourself here. Because you're not just going to be entertained, you're going to learn a lot of mysteries that will help you outside of University of Ibadan. So we are going to go right into the welcome address. And it's going to be taken by the Vice President of the Student Union, the one, the only, Blue Movement convener. Jam your hands together for her now. I don't know if you do not know that this SU week is planned and organized in our office. So jam your hands together for the Student Union Vice President, Miss Nafisat Adebusola Ogunseson.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, His Royal Majesty Oba Yekin Ademola Abioye, Kabiesisa. Good afternoon, our keynote speaker, Barrister Beola Adeoye. It's nice to have you here. Good afternoon, our panelists, starting from Mr. Adeshola Oguniro, FCA. Good afternoon, Barrister Bimbo Ojenike. Good afternoon, Professor Oyedunu Arulogun. Good afternoon to our moderator, Edmond Obilo. Good afternoon to the family of Barrister Beola Adeoye. Thank you for coming around. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, greatest UITE. We welcome you officially to the Student Union Week Personality Lecture. This week is born out of the need to promote impact, to impact knowledge, and then to contribute to the well-being and development of students. And this is what the personality lecture is focused on. So as we begin, I enjoin you to focus, bring out your writing pad, and learn from the wisdom of people who have passed through what you are currently passing through and are here to share you their insight, their experiences, and give you practical ways to achieve life. So good afternoon, and then get ready to learn. Thank you.
I think she deserves a resounding applause once again. That was very apt, and I took a number of important things from what she said. She said something, and I want you to think about it deeply, that the persons that are amongst the panelists today, And the keynote speaker in person of Barrister Beulah Adeoye are persons that have actually walked through this path that we are presently walking through. And you know that experience, they say, is the best teacher. So I want you to try as much as you can to be attentive when they are speaking. This is not the time for you to murmur. This is not the time for you to gist. This is the time for serious business. Because like I told you before, you're expected to have an evergreen memory from this personality lecture. So tell the person beside you, I'm ready to learn. Now I know that some persons are actually murmuring because you didn't hear when I said you should tell the person beside you that you're ready to learn. So let's do it again. Tell the person beside you that I am ready to learn. I'm going to come out of this place a renewed being. Somebody's already thinking it's a spiritual service. You know, when you are renewed, it means that you can be intellectually renewed, restructured. Your thinking process can go further than thinking that life is all about passing exams. You're going to learn directly from this oasis of knowledge. A resounding applause once again for Nafisa Tukuseson for that amazing speech. So right about now, we are going to go into the business of the day while I read to you the citation of our keynote speaker. I would really appreciate silence in the house because I'm about to read to you the citation of a person who has spent decades on the surface of this earth. And very importantly, he was once a student like you. So give me that silence as I read the citation. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to celebrate an extraordinary individual whose life embodies dedication, talent, and a heart for others. Amofin Beulah Adeoye, a shining light in law, finance, and leadership, exemplifies excellence in all he does. Sorry, I want to crave your indulgence, sir, to stand up as I read the citation, sir. Thank you very much. Please jam your hands together for him. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to celebrate an extraordinary individual whose life embodies dedication, talent, and a heart for others. Amofin Beulah Adeoye, a shining light in law, finance, and leadership, exemplifies excellence in all he does. From humble beginnings in Ibadan, with roots tracing back to Ikpapo in Oyo State, Amofin Beulah Adeoye embarked on a journey fueled by a thirst for knowledge. After graduating with top honors from the prestigious and foremost University of Ibadan with first class, he pursued a career in law, becoming a solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. During his time at the University of Ibadan, Amofin Beulah Adeoye garnered numerous accolades, showcasing his exceptional academic prowess and leadership abilities. He received prestigious awards such as the Chevron Texaco Scholar and the Oyo State Government Scholar, recognizing his outstanding academic achievements and contributions to the community. Additionally, he was honored as the most versatile graduate by the University of Ibadan's Faculty of Law and received recommendations for his exemplary services from organizations like the Junior Chambers International, JCI, and the All Nigeria Union Nation Students and Youth Association, ANUNSA. Alongside his academic pursuits, Amofin Beulah Adeoye diligently pursued professional certifications and training, obtaining certifications such as the Certified Fraud Examiner, CFE, from the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, and Associate Chartered Accountant from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN. He also participated in various advanced business leadership courses and workshops conducted by renowned institutions like Deloitte University and Gordon Institute of Business Science, further enhancing his expertise and skills in the fields of law, finance, and leadership. Amofin Beulah Adeoye's leadership journey is marked by a remarkable array of experiences and accomplishments, from serving as the president of the All Nigeria Union Nation Students and Youth Association, ANUNSA, to leading the Royal Ambassadors Organization in Ibadan. He has consistently demonstrated exceptional leadership qualities. As the president and co-founder of the Bowels of Mercy Charity Organization, he spearheaded initiatives aimed at making a positive impact in the lives of the less fortunate. Moreover, his roles as a school prefect at both the International School Ibadan and the Staff School University of Ibadan reflected his early leadership potential and commitment to serving others. Throughout his career, Amofin Biola Adeoye has cultivated a reputation as a visionary leader, dedicating to empowering individuals and organizations to reach their fullest potential. His career path has been illustrious, with roles at esteemed firms like KPMG Professional Services and EY, and currently working as financial advisory partner at Deloitte and Touche. At Deloitte, he spearheads forensic services across West Africa, leaving an indelible mark on the industry. But beyond these professional achievements, Amofin Biola Adeoye is a true humanitarian at heart. As the founder of Biola Olufemi Ayanfe Adeoye Trust, he tirelessly works to uplift communities, support education, and provide assistance to the less fortunate. His generosity knows no bounds, quietly supporting causes ranging from scholarships to sports and aiding victims of tragedies like the Bodija explosion. Amofin Biola Adeoye's commitment to excellence is matched by his integrity and compassion. A devout man of faith, he believes in lifting others up and empowering them to succeed. His global connections and extensive training reflect his dedication to continuous learning and growth. Amofin Biola Adeoye cares deeply about helping others, always staying humble despite his success. He believes in inspiring people to do good and make a difference. Amofin Biola Adeoye's values and integrity make him a role model for leaders everywhere. Biola has diversified business, financing, and leadership experience and has been co-founder and director of some leading multinational in financial services, energy, power, infrastructure, logistics, real estate, and communication in Europe, Asia, the USA, and Nigeria. He still sits on the board of some of this. In service to the nation and Africa, he's a Deputy Commissioner of Police, supernumerary, and is highly sought after to resolve complex international disputes in Africa, Asia, and Europe, some of which are still ongoing. Today, we honor Amofin Biola Adeoye for his outstanding contributions to law, finance, and community development. His exemplary leadership and steadfast commitment to excellence serve as an inspiration to us all. Let us applaud this remarkable man of integrity and compassion, whose legacy of kindness and generosity will continue to shine brightly for generations to come. Most importantly, he is a proud citizen of Oyo State and is happily married with children. At this juncture, I present to you a man of many parts, a philanthropist, and selfless Nigerian whose life story will inspire many today, a complete gentleman, a mentor in the field of law, finance, energy, and corporate organization, a distinguished honorary of today's event. Keep clapping for Amofin Biola Adeoye.
In addition to what she said, Amofin Biola Adeoye was one that sponsored the food initiative that was recently shared. He also gave us 2 AC for our reading room at the SUB, and then he sponsored the personality lecture, and he has promised to do more and more for the University of Ibadan. And during the visitation to Melambi Hall, because it was a Melambi.
Thank you very much, and good morning. His Excellency Engineer Oluwaseyi Makinde, FNSC, the Executive Governor of Oyo State. A few moments ago, I was informed that he's unable to be here because of some state matters. But thank you very much, Excellency, for the honor. Your Royal Majesty, Oba Yekin Adeoye, the Eleimpo of Ipapo land, Kabiesio, thank you so much for the honor. Something interesting to note that is the Kabiesi is my uncle. My dad is here, my mom is here, so I can say I'm a prince as well from the royal family. So I have Professor Gideon Olajire Adeoye, my father, Professor of Agriculture and Agronomy, University of Dr. Mrs. Comfort Modukwere Adeoye, who has come as well. Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, Professor K.O. Adebowale, the Dean of Students, distinguished past panelists, Professor Oyeduni Arulogun, you're welcome, ma. Mr. Adeshola Ogudinro, who is my boss in many ways. Welcome, sir. Mr. Abimbola Ojenike, my brother, you're most welcome. The indefatigable Mr. Edmond Obilo, thank you so much for making it here. Distinguished members of the press, greatest students of the University of Ibadan, my dear brother and friend, Mr. Lekon Salami, you're welcome here. All other protocols duly observed. I wish to thank the students of the University of Ibadan for the honor bestowed on me to present a keynote address at the personality lecture of their Student Union Week. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. The Student Union government had me cornered when Mr. Azan Kokwola came to me on one of my very, anonymous visits to Ibadan. And your invitation to me was conveyed by the energetic Vice President, Ms. Nafisa Togun-Sesson, and General Secretary, Mr. Sadiq Mojuba. I did not hesitate because I lived most of my life here at the University of Ibadan. I was born into a family of academics, and I absolutely love the university. However, immediately after the invitation, there was a clash of schedules that occurred. I was required to facilitate at the Deloitte University at the Chateau just outside Paris in France, and then at the Global Manager Milestone, and subsequently I'm handling an international dispute matter in London. My team is currently there. I had to leave to come to this place because of the importance of the University of the Students. So coming here would have been otherwise impossible. Accordingly, I had introduced another very distinguished alumnus of the university and a close associate of mine for the honor. He came back to me and said, sir, to do that, I was humbled, very grateful. And between London, Paris, Lagos, 24 hours of continuous travel, here we are today. And here we are at the University of Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm very happy to be here. I will not be here today if not for my parents. So permit me again to specially welcome my father, Professor Gideon Olajire Adeoye. He was in this university for almost half a century. And my mother, Dr. Mrs. Comfort Modupere Adeoye, who are here with me. They are rare in most respects, and the lessons I learned from them about life are rare, and has made an indelible mark on me and on several hundred students who passed through their tutelage and mentorship at the University of Ibadan in several spheres. Also, may I recognize Dr. Mrs. Isijola, Mr. Isijola, Engineer Mission, and Mrs. Olubunmi Adeoye, Barrister Zion Adeoye, Engineer Mr. David Adeoye. May I also recognize some of the teams that support me. It's important. My indefatigable PA, Alima, who made much of the arrangement possible with the team. My Chief of Staff, Blessing, the team from the family office, my protocol team, the drivers, the police supernumerary team, the special protection unit, the other teams you can't see that keep us safe. Thank you very much. I appreciate the mentees of the Beulah Olufemi Ayodeji Ayofe Olu Adeoye Trust. Many of them are here, but many too numerous. But I also specifically want to thank Mr. Kunle Lekon Salami, who's here, Alhaji Hafiz, Mr. Popola Hassan, Ridwan, and others. I am absolutely delighted to be here. And of course, I want to say congratulations to all of you, the students of the great University of Ibadan. Great! I'd like to congratulate the president, Mr. Samson Tobiloba Samuel, host, the executives and entire student body, both undergraduate and postgraduate of the University of Ibadan, on the celebration of the Student Union Week. You are part of the most privileged people in the world. There are millions who will not be able to attend the university in spite of having the mental capacity to do so and their desire to learn. I had my primary, secondary, and university education here on these grounds, which I walked for several years. I practically walked here for several years. You are therefore having a sacred responsibility to share with the world through your career decisions and choices, both now and after you graduate from the University of Ibadan. Graduating from the University of Ibadan sets you apart. You are the first, and we say we are still the best. Excellent. In front of me today, I see the future of our world. You are receiving world-class education. Don't let anyone deceive you. You are receiving world-class education. The University of Ibadan was that University College Ibadan, a University College London institution. Over time, we have grown and produced distinguished alumni, including our dear Mr. Obilo here. Now to my career. My career had taken a very interesting turn, and the foundation of that trajectory was established right here on the grounds of the university here. But I get ahead of myself. The story of my career is a human story. Yoruba people say, "Enikan nje awade," meaning an individual who has arrived at destination cannot claim we have arrived. The saying is that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, you must go together. So permit me today if I mention a lot of individuals, people, places, events, because it is a human story. It is not an individual story. Prior to studying law at the University of Ibadan, I had my first primary education at Ori Tamefa Baptist Nursery and Primary School here in Ibadan. Okay. Then I proceeded in primary 5 to the staff school, University of Ibadan, right here. I was in 5 Onwuka and then 6 Akinriola, where I held the post of school prefect in spite of the fact that I joined only 1 year prior. Then Mr. Adelusi was the head teacher. Okay. I sat for the common entrance there as well, and I was admitted into the International School, University of Ibadan, ISI. Okay, any ISI students here? Yay, yes, ISI, where I spent 6 years. In that time, I was Student Representative Council member, class captain, later school prefect. I was deeply involved with the academic, social, and religious pursuits, such as the ISI Christian Fellowship, led by Mr. Spencer. You may know Mr. Inose Osose, the Literary and Debate School, Society, amongst others. Then I was admitted to study law at the University of Ibadan. And then challenges started. There was the association of, there was the ASU strike. Does anybody know what ASU is? Okay. Let's not talk about ASU. All right, thank you. So we had the Academic Staff University of, Union of University strike, which meant that we were stuck at home for several months. Attempts to move to Unilag was made, but at some point I decided not to trouble the people who were helping me to make that switch. UI particularly had lost an academic year when I came in. I recall the efforts of the late Professor Abuaba. Then he was the chairman of the Nigerian Universities Commission, Professor Agbede, Professor of Jurisprudence and International Law at the University of Lagos, and several others who tried, including my parents. However, I resumed a year later in UI. In the interim, one of my dear friends, Okwayemi Gadigashin, had started the accounting technician scheme, ATS, at Achievers in Bodija, Ibadan. He mentioned to me on a visit to my home. I decided to visit the school, and it was the last day of the registration of that diet. I dashed to my father, who is here, at the agronomy department. I don't know what I told him, but he paid for the registration. Thus started the journey to become a chartered accountant. That was my preoccupation whilst ASU strike was ongoing. So whilst ASU strike was ongoing, I was studying to become a chartered accountant. They will later call off the strike, but by then I'd concluded my ATS program and bagged the associate accounting technician designation. So by the time I was in my first year, I was already an associate accounting technician, AAT. I later qualified to be a chartered accountant in my 3rd year in UI. Then I went on to complete my professional levels of ICANN. I graduated 2 years later with first-class honors in law, University of Ibadan. But thank you very much. I recall my schedule in preparing for this, I recalled my schedule at the University of Ibadan because for many people, I was like a ghost. Okay, I woke up at 4 a.m. and I'll take a 1-hour prayer and meditation walk from Parry Road, number 20 Parry Road, where we lived. I'll go via Benue Road to Odudua Road. Some of you know these places. And get to the UI gate. Then I'll make a turn towards the Chapel of Resurrection, down towards Aberdina, then Farm Road, and back to Parry Road. On some mornings, I would rather go on Odudua Road towards Bath Road, then past Obafemi Awolowo University Junction, Imo Road, Obadam, get to Ijoma Close, then up Kurumi Road, Sankore. I'll go via Leard Place, back on Parry Road. All of these were before 5 a.m. And it was important that day did not break before my walk was completed. I'll tell you why. If you walk in the morning, as soon as the day break, because of the shrubbery and the vegetation on the university, it will mean that flies, some of you, when you walk in the morning, you notice that flies will be hovering around you, and that will make it inconvenient. So I had to do that. I also held a stick when I was going around, because as you'll find in the University of Ibadan, there are snakes, Abi, that they'll come out of the shrubbery and lie on the warm tarred road. But sometimes I also had my dog, Leo, which he had his own fame that joined me back then. Then I planned my day. Any cerebral assignments were knocked off as a matter of priority before the sun rose. By 6:30, I was ready to walk to Alumni Center for meetings with the excos of the Bowels of Mercy, BOM, or early meetings of students of the All Nigeria United Nations Students and Youth Association. Any announce-sites in the house? Okay. Classes rarely started before 9 a.m. I used to wonder many times as I passed the SUB between the sports field and Kennedy Library, walking towards social sciences, that I have spent an entire day between 4 a.m. and now. Some people have not woken up. Okay? All the difficult tasks were undertaken and headway made before sunrise. I still have a similar schedule. I left my house in Westminster around 4 a.m. 2 days ago. Yesterday. Okay? I arrived here at the hotel at 1:30 in the morning. So, rising up to get on your way, to get things done and knocked out of the way is a lifelong journey. Please take note of that. Then I go to class. I attend class like every other person. Classes were done around 5 and 6 p.m. I will go to the motherless babies home and the child care unit on Elele Road next to Polytechnic, where myself and my friends volunteered. And of the first generations, I may miss the names of some of them, but I think it's important to mention the names of people like Dr. Femi Akitonde, Dr. B. Ifagade, Jane Yobanjo, Titi Iyore, Naufalade, Mrs. Fakorede, Fakayode, Titi Oshikojo, several others. And on some evenings, I'll drive to the fellowship at the Baptist Students Fellowship, University of Ibadan. This was then followed by tutorials, because as I made my way through Indy, Zik, coming back all the way to Faculty of Law, all the way to Parry Road, we would have tutorials one way or the other with friends. Sometimes they'll come to my residence, and then there was conversations about politics in the school. Some of those soon, fellowship and other concerns that featured. Once people retired at about 9 p.m. in the initial days, I will head back alone to the faculty to study for at least 4 hours. Many times I was joined by my very close friend, Tony, and we'll study law, we'll study accounting, and some of the other people that were doing other things together. I left the faculty at about 1 p.m., where the mosquitoes ensured that there was no sleep for my eyes. Subsequently exhausted, I had no energy in me again, and I will fall asleep as soon as I was behind the doors. Whether it was on my recliner, interestingly, I still have that recliner in my parents' house in Ibadan, or my chair, my bed. Many times I'll often fall asleep on the bare floor. To start again at 4 a.m., which my own time of my appointment with my maker, consistently doing this over years has made me rise to the top of career, life, and finance. The same principles exist, and those principles are simple: discipline, consistency, focus, the fear of God, love for God and fellow man or countryman, humans everywhere. Gentlemen and ladies, there is no magic wand anywhere. Whilst I was at the University of Ibadan in my final and penultimate years, I was president of 3 associations on this campus. Like I said, I'd qualified as a chartered accountant. I still graduated first class in law. But I was a president of the Balls of Mercy, president of All Nigeria United Nations Students and Youth Association announcer. I was president of the Royal Ambassadors, and I was a member of other associations like ISEC. If the objective, ISEC, thank you. ISECers in the house. If the objective is to serve God and humanity, and the process is defined, the goal clear, action is pursued and met. I make bold to say that whenever there is a problem around you, and this is my message to you today, it is an indicator of the opportunity to create champions. I'll read that again. I make bold to say that whenever there is a problem around you, it is an indicator of an opportunity to create champions. Human history is full of examples of people who solved problems. These became celebrated, they became famous, and also they attract resources. Think about the billionaires today in any endeavor. How do they make the billions from their day jobs? Well, this is by solving problems. And people pay for those types of problems to be solved. The height of greatness is sometimes measured by the depths of the challenges to surmount. In Bible times, for Christians, think about David ben Jesse. He was small compared with the Goliath facing the Israel nation at the time. Saul offered him all sorts of ammunition for the assignment, which he declined. He said, I faced the lion, I faced the tiger, and I was victorious. I do not need all of these things to weigh me down. By the way, when I won those battles, these ammunitions and armaments were not available. Champions are not made in the ring. They are made in the crucible of afflictions from daily routines, showing up many times when they feel less able to get up and go. Okay. So let me talk to you directly on this one, and then I move forward. So what can you do from today? When you go to your room or your hotel, your hostel or BQ, number one, avoid distractions like a plague. What did I say? Avoid distractions like a plague. Okay? Everything that is beckoning to you today for your attention, they are waiting for you just up front ahead of you, only they are better and on your own terms. The things that are distracting you today, better on your own terms, are waiting up ahead of you. Number two, hold a notepad or diary. Today I use this same iPad. You see, I've written a lot on it, or on my phone. Write in it, say what you want to do, keep to what you say you want to do in it, and cross it out when you've done it. Pursue it until you've done it. Hold a notepad or diary, write in it, keep to what you say in it, cross it out when you've done it, and if you've not done it, pursue it until you've got it done. The big things start with small little steps, completed. A journey of 1,000 miles, they say, starts with a step. There are other strategies that you might utilize, and let me tell you, I'll elaborate a little bit. Number one, understand that your formal education and career are two separate and distinct things. For your career, you must choose something that meets the need the world needs desperately, but which is in short supply. So for me, I studied law at the University of Ibadan. and I was subsequently called to the university. However, I had my career in professional service, specifically forensic. When I was at the beginning of my career, there were few of us, if any, forensic professionals in Nigeria. The fear of charge and bail was the beginning of wisdom for me. Charge and bail is a situation where lawyers did not have briefs, but they hassled litigants at courthouses. They loitered to solicit for engagements, to charge people to court, or on their behalf, or bail their friends and relatives who were detained. There were too many lawyers, such that there was a backlog of law graduates who had not been admitted into the law school when I graduated. I therefore went into professional services and got opportunities for speedy progression. A few short years later, I was a director. A few short years later, I was a partner. That indicated for me that the market for law graduates was saturated. Today, there is a short supply of professionals in artificial intelligence. How many of us know about artificial intelligence? Okay. There is a short supply of people in information systems. And we're in an information age. There's a short supply of people in coding. And hopefully, my dear brother, Ojenike, will talk about what he's doing with children, coding. People less than 7, 6, 8 years coding. The projects have been going on for the Destiny Trust. I hope we'll speak about that today. There's a short supply in robotics. The world needs this. And they are paying premium all over the world, no matter where you sit, to get opportunities there. So you must set yourself apart from the pack. Sometimes when they give us, when we advertise a job, many times you'd have thousands, tens of thousands of people applying for one role, just one role. So begin today. That will be my challenge to you on that point. Set yourself apart, begin today. I was a member of several and societies where I grew into leadership. For instance, I was a member of ISEC, ANONSA, the Law Student Society, Bowels of Mercy, Royal Ambassadors, Baptist Student Fellowship. Now, I was not wasting my time. Each taught me a different lesson, exposed me to different people, brought different powers and privileges, showed me a different angle of service without tangible reward, provided me a new skill, and presented me different opportunities, which I did with excellence. At Anonsa, I rose to be president, and I recall still with deep appreciation the yeoman's job that Mr. Abimbola Ojenike seated here, and Nino Akitude did at the venue of the election. Even within the Students' Union SRC chambers before elections, on the day of elections, my chief campaign officer, whom I will not mention, had absented himself for reasons yet unknown till today. But let me not digress into politics and the betrayals and pains you will face on your journey. But believe me, there will be plenty of it at every new turn. This meant that my CV was full of different accomplishments. By the time I graduated, and before any formal work, no one brought those to me. I sought them out and pursued them. As part of my campaign manifesto for Anonsa, for instance, I promised to take Anonsa on an international excursion, as at this time it had not happened in the last 10 years. Against all odds, I accomplished this and took 53 members and friends of Anonsa on an international excursion in UI. I recall with deep gratitude still the efforts of, and I must mention two of them particularly, Anonsite Patience Ayansonye and Samuel Otoyo, who later became president, who discovered, some plans to scuttle the initiatives and believing that the benefits to the greater university community and student body was superior to political clannishness, clingings, and leanings. They worked with me tirelessly to realize all the electoral promises we delivered, and we delivered on all the promises we made and more. My philosophy has always been that a man is only as good as he keeps his word. Junior Chambers International, in recognition of this, awarded me the 5 Outstanding Personalities Award, FOPA. There were other awards and certificates of excellence. I owe it to the people who made it happen. In fact, in spite of the fact that those accolades were attached to my name, I'm a mere placeholder for them. ISEC also granted me an opportunity for a developmental traineeship in Russia. So I'm telling you what the opportunities in the University of Ibadan did to prepare me for the world. Anonsa gave me a leadership opportunity, first supporting the president, later getting into the EXCO, becoming the president, making promises, keeping them. ISEC had what they call the developmental traineeship. There were a few other traineeships for ISEC. And then they granted me an opportunity in Russia, Novosibirsk. We were arguing whether I should go to Russia or not. Some people counseled against it. Then a friend of mine who I had met through the Institute of Chartered Accountants training program, ICANN, Mr. Adeshola Ogundiran, who is here today, presented my CV to Mr. Kunle Elebute, the financial advisory leader at KPMG, who later became KPMG Africa leader. And I just gained my first internship, and then after my internship, NYSC, and then my first job, for which I am eternally grateful. Thank you, sir. This singular opportunity brought so many more opportunities. The opportunity I got through someone I'd met in UI, studying together on the ICANN program, and later who pointed me in the direction of a job. For instance, whilst I was leaving the firm, another friend introduced me to a certain young lady who had just returned to Nigeria. She had studied in England, made a first class in economics from the University of Manchester, did a master's at Warwick, did some stint with McKinsey and Company, then came to Nigeria. She believed in the Nigerian dream. And she wanted to discuss work culture of the firm I was working with because she had an interview coming up in the next week. I was informed, and then, we met in the church after. Unfortunately, I told her that I was traveling the same day, but I was open for a phone call. At that time, I was seconded to Shell, and I was working in Port Harcourt. But we held a phone call, and then another phone call, and then another phone call. It wasn't me. She told me that I was addictive. I was super addictive. Somehow, her name has changed to Ifoma Adeoye. And after 10 years and 2 lovely daughters later, we're still speaking. Yeah, so that's my wife, Ifoma Adeoye. Now, the opportunity led to work opportunity, led to me meeting the person that is currently my wife. Now, the third thing I'll mention, and then I'll quickly run to a close, is you need to engage with leadership. I choose that word specifically, with. Engage with leadership. I was involved with leaders voluntarily at every level, and many times I rose into leadership myself. Many times they invited me as I was achieving more for them than those whose job it was to work for them, without being visible. Many times canvassing for them as a follower and solving their biggest problems. I would usually go to leaders and say, which one is your biggest problem? Which one is your biggest headache? And then I make it my own headache. Many times, solving their problems as a follower in ways they will never know. This anonymous support always helped me to understand both followers and leadership motivations, see through clear eyes, listen to what people expected and did not expect, and also assist the leaders to be successful at my own cost. It has thus become my lifelong internship in followership, and that has mostly prepared me. These were practical sessions for me in the leadership roles I subsequently assumed. However, our problem is Nigeria is misdiagnosed. Our problem in Nigeria is misdiagnosed. We do not have a leadership problem. What did I say? We do not have a leadership problem. What we have is a followership problem. How many people are ready to put their head down, be mentored, and learn through a process? That is why we keep complaining and ending up with worse results each time around. The people always murmur. In biblical times, permit me to use biblical examples. The Israelites murmured against Moses. I'm sure in Islam, the Muslims will have their own stories that mirror the same human behavior. But what have you yourself done today to make life better for you and your fellow human beings who are followers and by extension the leaders? Many times the followers are the bane of the leaders. Remember, no one has ever come out of life alive. We all die, all of us. Now, I mentioned that I was in a training for leaders in France recently, and we define followership. When we're defining leadership, we define it with followership. Followership is defined as having people who want to walk with you and walk with you, accompany you on your career or professional journey. The word was coined not only to recognize the role of the leader, but also the follower. Let us go back to the basics. I ask, in public life today, have we as a people prepared the individuals that hold public office today? What investment have we as a people made in them for us to demand a return on our investment in terms of performance and accountability? What investment? How many people are giving to society and not hanging around to get rewarded or compensated? How many people are investing in you, the future, with hope that you will do the same? There must be a social contract where we invest in people, put materials, finances, and other resources, and demand a return and accountability. That's where it is. That's how it's done in other places. With all the investment we've made for you, if you then don't do this, we hold you accountable. That's why in certain countries, the people that lead appear to have gone to certain types of schools. In Nigeria, I dare say today, the people leading in the world, many of them have come from the University of Ibadan. Please, a round of applause for the University of Ibadan. If we don't do this, if we don't invest in the people and followership, let me tell you what we're doing. It is what is called kalo kalo in Yoruba. Do you know what kalo kalo is? Gambling. Eyi je, eyi oje. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, many times, eyi oje. Think of Nigeria's problems. We need funding for infrastructure, for agriculture, for housing, for solid minerals, for tourism, for education. You know the good news? Contrary to what you believe, we have the money. However, we need to use our best minds to engage the financial services sector, structure the facilities in Naira as far as it's practicable. What did I say? In Naira as far as it's practicable, and execute those projects that stimulate economic activity for everyone. The first order of governance is not to make money. It is to make life better for the people today. Whilst we keep a keen eye on strategic development for the future, better life must be incremental, but execution must happen today. Today being better than yesterday, and tomorrow being better than today. In some part of the world, I won't tell you why, I have an example, well, in Africa, in Nigeria, I have an example of financing for a project, and we understood that 200 basis points, that's 0.2, as cost or spread for the structuring of the deal was too expensive. A few weeks later, if you followed the press in the last week or two, the central bank's monetary policy rate has gone up by 400 basis points. Okay. So if you put 200 on that 400 basis points, The funding we were talking about a few weeks ago is now 600 basis points. More expensive now than just a few. Now, if any leader at any level fails, we all suffer. So we're not supposed to point fingers, we're supposed to help. Many of us can help the ends of the world to support them both in Nigeria and outside, and not only Nigerians. These concepts of leadership and followership are universal. That is why the best of us lead in the world, not just in a Nigerian context. Think of Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, an alumnus of ISI in Ibadan. She's at the World Trade Organization. What of Dr. Akinwumi Adesina of Africa Development Bank, refining the role of Africa in development finance to power our own growth. So, are you confused about career choices you can make? I think I can assist you. We need you in Nigeria. Not only are people jackpine, we need you to jackpada. Okay? We need you here. Nobody else will help us with our development. Okay. Let me digress a little bit. I have a residency outside of the country in the UK. I stay there sometimes. And I live in a place called Westminster. And you have a lot of tourist attractions, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes away from my house. You'll find people who will take money from all parts of the world, sometimes stolen, to come and walk in those places. They will take Iro, they will spread it on the grass in Hyde Park and take selfies. They will put it on social media and harass the rest of us, Abi. Let me surprise you. Hyde Park, all of those places, lovely places, are the homes, the residences, and the villages of certain people. Your tourist attraction is the village of some people, and they are still living there. I was walking my daughter to school a couple of days ago, and I looked at a building, and I saw the marking on it, and it said 1904. How many of us was born in 1904? Okay. So what you have in central London today, which is, very close to all those touristy places, is somebody's village. We are honored and privileged to have the Elenikpo of Ipapo land today. We are honored to have the whole of Okeogun, the whole of Oyo State, the whole of those beautiful places. What have we done about those places in bringing the world to ourselves? Think about the wealth in Oyo State in, for example, where I come from, the Okeogun area. And then you have the train station ending in Monia, right? If you put industries, and it's again beautiful, His Excellency is not here, but they're doing a lot in that space. And we added value to our raw materials, put it on beds of those trains, take it to the port, export to the world. We will not complain about the dollar pressure because we'll be exporting to the world and we have everything. But if we think until we take our euro and buba or our euro and buy pounds or dollars, I'm not saying you shouldn't, and you should see the world. Okay? As we speak, I have teams currently there still working exports to the world, but from here, handling the matters that are most important to the world from here. And I'll tell you why. Like I just mentioned, these people are Nigerians, worked in the same places you are, but are leading in the world. Not until we go there have we made an impact in the world in our own little areas. By the time you clean the grass and you put your own hero on the grass and you take a selfie with the grass, and you say, Ile gbeno in Ipapo, nobody can challenge you that you've not gone to a touristy place. It's all a mindset. What did I say? So if you're confused about what career choices you should make, perhaps I can assist you here. We need you in Nigeria. Consider the number of people who are in abject poverty. You can make you can make a difference in public life. I've told you where the opportunities in the world are that are paying anywhere you sit in the world. Gone are the days when we allowed the worst of all to rule over the best of us and lord it over the most of us. It is gone for good. So, I encourage you to also volunteer in public life. In closing, I need to give some appreciation. There are a lot of people while I was here on the campus of the university and through our journeys here that have helped, and I think it's important being here. I was at the Melambi All this morning and received a warm welcome. Thank you. Greatest Melambite. Thank you. I remember my professor of law, Professor Morogbe, Professor and Mrs. Ekundayo, and my dear friend Olusegun Ekundayo, other accomplished alumni of the great university. I remember in the days of PABX phones, we'll spend several hours on those phones, those landline phones that you dial like this. Speaking about who knows what, I can't remember. I believe the extension was 6358. I remember Professor Adeshogun, Professor Adejuwon, Professor Miss Ariola, Professor Kintola, who gave me opportunities as a research assistant for him. He took me to most of the venues of my ICANN exams because one of his wards, Laide, was also writing an exam at the time, and he would wait to take us back. I really appreciate him. I remember my first business, my late business from my mom, who had all sorts of business concerns. But I also remember Mrs. Arolo, Hagler Rentals, and we will go and carry, that's something else to do in the university. We'll go and carry the rental materials before a party, set it up. She'll pay us, we're going to remove it. I remember some of my colleagues will not talk to me because they came to the party, we were working in the party. Now, that same energetic drive and entrepreneurship drive has led to logistics companies in maritime, doing business all over the world and making money. Professor Olatubosun and Mrs. Olatubosun, my dear friend Joseph Olatubosun, Prof. and Mrs. Moody and the Moody boys, particularly my dear friend Toby Lover Moody, Dr. Toby Moody, who's now a diplomat and world intellectual property delegate to Nigeria, a most accomplished intellectual law professional and academic. I remember the teachers in staff school, Mr. Akinola, Mr. Omuka specifically, Mrs. Yoloye amongst others, teachers in ISI, Mrs. Smith, the principal, Mrs. Aramoral Inanga, Dr. Ilola, and several other teachers who laid life's foundations. I remember my in-laws, Professor and Mrs. Ojogo, and then Professor and Mrs. Agbede, and then the Falakami Alabi's family. I remember the great neighbors in Ijoma Close, Block 2, Flat 3. Anybody in Ijoma Close now? Here? Okay. Professor Adego K, Professor and Mrs. Akoni. I remember Mrs. Akoni will buy fresh bread and bring one or two daily. Dr. Albert, their boy based, their Carrefours, their Kirima days. Then in Parry Road, we had some great neighbors. Venerable Prof. and Mrs. Olatunji. I most especially acknowledge the twins, Temilola and Temilade. They had rabbits, and would typically spend some evenings gathering the grass for the rabbits and gisting. They had a large lawn on Parry Road, and the ladies used to cut the grass, showing that hard work. They had a lawnmower, they never really used it. Hard work does not kill. I remember the Akorodas, Professor Agbede, Prof. Oduola, Prof. Jadola. I remember learning who an otorhinolaryngologist was, because that was his profession. And then my dear friend Dupe, his son, who later became a distinguished medical professional as well as his father, Professor Mansari, Professor Cole, Professor Williams, Professor Tekina Tamuno. He was the first Nigerian vice chancellor, I understand. The Prof of Jurisprudence, Agbede. The Bellows, their father was the chief security officer and they were a next door neighbor. And they took the residence after Professor Grillo, who was an accomplished organist. The Awetos, and I see my dear friend Tejiri Aweto walking, they made sure that we were welcome in the university no matter where they were and how far they were from our lives. Thank you and welcome. I remember Professor Kola Falade. He mentored so many of us boys, and my dear sister Titi, with whom we formed Boils of Mercy together, and she's a distinguished international research scientist today. My story here will not be complete without such personalities as Dr. and Mrs. Ogunbumi, who was the chief medical director at the Jaja Clinic. I did mention the mosquitoes. There was an issue with the mosquitoes. When they beat you, you'll catch malaria, and you have to go to Jaja Clinic. And they were very nice people. You know, they would My mom, being a medical professional, told me once that I should never speak ill of medical people because you don't know when you require them and they'll help you. They always did. Service levels can be improved, but I remember them in fun times. But particularly the Ogunbumis open not only their hearts to us, they open their homes to young people every week to have Bible fellowship, the same as Professor B.C. Ugbebo and the Ugbebos. Now, the religious cycle of the University of Ibadan also, Pastor Teller, Reverend Abegunde, Reverend Fadeji, the Reverend Akingbala, Prof. and Mrs. Okedara, among several others. Many of them are not in this campus anymore, but like I said, this is a human story. It's a story of people. Enikon, Kokinje, Awade, and then, of course, the Baptist Students Fellowship, the Association of University Campus Fellowship, AUCSF, the great announcer, and the other people who made the university a great place. There were certain other people who supported me in the university then, and of course, I've mentioned my parents. Now, on a closing note, and knowing that their citation will still be read, may I specially recognize Mr. Shola Ogundiran. Thank you. He was not only a mentor and boss. Interestingly, one of my colleagues that we worked together for him in one of now defunct banks in VI, we worked every day of the week. There were two of us, Osas Pulin. He lives in England now, and he checked on me one after the other. But Shola was a great boss. He gave me the first opportunity I had in professional services, and most recently, private equity investment in the health sector. We now own an hospital called the La Vida Hospital in Lagos, which is a multi-specialist healthcare institution in Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir. Also, my dear friend and confidant, attorney and intellectual. We used to tease him as an intellectual. You know, when you carry all the intellect on your head, right? Very brilliant, Omoba Bimbo Ojenike. Please help me welcome him, whose unique engagement with issues is laser focus on positive business outcomes and processes has been instrumental to me in more than one ways in life. I also welcome distinguished professor. Thank you very much, Ma, for coming. I am no stranger to hardship. In closing, opportunity came, betrayal was always there. I suffered bias, but I also found favor and the grace of God Almighty. Please prepare for all this, and with the grace of God Almighty, we will prevail. The fact that you are considered accomplished today does not mean that you have not failed before. Again, the fact that you are considered accomplished today does not mean that you've not failed before or are still working in turning around certain persistent failures. Some of our world's greatest leaders have made it so much that they also made it to prison. Think about Joseph. Think about Nelson Mandela, whether rightly or wrongly, but they are celebrated globally. The most compelling story, however, is about our shared humanity. The story of how we struggle together to lead every day and encourage each other. Because success is not a destination. Success is a journey. It is a journey here in life, and it is a journey that is still being told in the life after. I thank you all. Thank you for listening.
Let's keep jamming our hands together for that profound speech. Thank you very much, sir. Boma.
Yep.
You would agree with me that it took us on a journey. and it was a very, very intellectual journey. I mean, my notepad is full of a number of wisdom that I've jotted down. Yes. And to be very factual, one thing that I noticed about our keynote speaker is his humility. He couldn't stop mentioning names. And I really like the fact that he said that his story is not the story of a person, but it's the story of humanity. Please jam your hands together once again for him. Any konje, you listen. Jam your hands together for yourself. You know, when he was speaking, I noticed that his father and mother were beaming smiles. I'm very sure that they are super excited to know that, yes, that's my son speaking. So I'm going to be calling on stage the father and mother of the keynote speaker for them to find their seats to the high table. Jam your hands together for Professor Gideon Adioye from the Department of Agronomy. Please help me help Daddy too. Thank you, Grandpa. Also, I have Dr. Comfort Adioye. Help her to the high table. Thank you very much, Daddy. Thank you, Ma. Can somebody help him? Yeah. Sweet. Did you see that? Grandpa made Grandma walk first, then he followed suit. Learn. Learn. That is sweet love, not the one that you people give yourself breakfast. I mean, you know. I'm not talking from experience. I'm not. Don't I look happy? Don't worry. In future, I'll come with my man and he's going to say, you go. Then I'll follow him. You get it? Anyway, once again, I want to note a very important thing that he said. He said that we should learn to be a problem solver. He stated that when he was working under some persons, he made their headaches his headache. Think about that. And also, he asked a very resounding question. What have you done to make life better? Think about it. Is it the only thing you do, is it just to leave protests? Or you spend your time making things happen? I'm not insulting us. We are together in it. You get it? Let's think about that. And we really need to jackpada. You get it? Did you hear that? You heard that? Yeah, good. Over to you, Boma.
Thank you very much, Briola. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please clap for my very eloquent co-host?
Thank you.
You see, when our keynote speaker and the honoree of this occasion was speaking, towards the end of his speech, he made something very resounding, which I think, if that is the only thing we can take away from this, that is enough. He said, the fact that you are accomplished today, that you are considered accomplished today, does not mean that you have never failed before. And if we look deep down into ourselves, why we are so drawn back to taking action is because we are scared of failing. So, ladies and gentlemen, if the only thing we can take away from this occasion, from this personality lecture today, is this, please let it be very, very, very well dear to our hearts as we move on with our lives henceforth. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, please jam your hands together for the honoree of this occasion, Amofin Biola Adioye.
Thank you. It's very important for us to recognize the presence of distinguished guests present. Jam your hands together for Dr. Jubilee Adioye. Also for Mr. David Adioye, followed by Mrs. Tere Adioye, Mrs. Afolakemi Adioye, Miss Blessing Odyssey, Chief Tetu Onusha. No, I'm sorry if I murdered your name. I'm very sorry. All right. I would like to call up to the high table the Director General of Biola Adioye Movement, Alhaji Hafiz Suberu. Please jam your hands together for that. Also, it's important to appreciate the presence of Mrs. Ishola Makinde Iyabo, popularly known as Alake Iya Pedro on Facebook. It's a pleasure to have you here present, ma.
So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next thing on the agenda, to just lighten up the atmosphere and bring us back to that it is not just lecture, we are here to have fun, network, and also learn. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me to this side of the hall for a spoken word performance, our own, the one and only Salami Toluwalope.
Tiolui.
There are qualities found among ants that among humans are quite scant. Tiny heads, bargain seasoned reasonings as big as the elephant. They perform wonders that humans can't. So this unique trait that has been traced to this small ant race has made the human race a very big disgrace. Listen, no ant will go to war against others, and at the sight of the enemies, desert his brothers. But what is to be said of us humans that we snatch another man's wife, yet thrust his back with a knife? So you see that this unique trait that has been traced to this small ant race has made the human race a very big disgrace. Thank you. All right, so good afternoon, everybody. I would like to stand on every existing protocol, to the keynote speaker, to the governor, former governor of your state. I just want to stand on existing protocol. I don't know who have been greeted, but sincerely, Grandpa and Grandma, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma. Okay, so I would like to do a very short poem in 3 or 4 minutes, and I did it on a TEDx stage, sometimes 2022, and it's an avenue to tell my story of such, like in just 4 minutes, like I said. And I bet you would be happy after the poem. So if you get any line in the poem, don't say, just snap, so that you get every line. I hope you are clear. So can we snap? Smart, you're right. All right. All right. Rejection is much more than a word lying idly in the dictionary. I grew up knowing what rejection means, practically. I was constantly told I'm too black. At a point, I was too short, and later I was being compared to a pole. I was even told I'm too thin. And I heard horrible comments about my personality. Trust me, I've received many more rejection mails than you all can ever imagine. Among some international students, I mentioned the name of my dear country, and they laughed at me. They hissed at me. And the girl of my dreams, she said no. Although nicely, a no is still a no. So trust me when I said I grew up knowing what rejection means practically. I seem to be the most feeble amongst my siblings. And the last time I attempted a fight, it was a beating. I'm talking about beauty. One of my friends saw my younger sibling for the very first time, and she looked up to me and said, "Then why do you look so horrible?" Mind you, none of this is fiction. They are all true. Sadly, these words find a safe space in my head, blossoming in their nests. And unfortunately, they became my reality as I acted accordingly. I stopped taking pictures. I'd rather keep my ugliness to myself. I would never speak in the public so that my stupidity will not spread. And why bother putting in an application when the rejection mail has been prepared? I practically packed up all that was left of my courage, and I gave up. But somehow, someday, my life took a U-turn thanks to these 3 factors. 1, change of environment. I do not mean location, I mean orientation. I reduced my circle from that to the diameter covering the whole society to just a few friends. 5, positive thinking and purpose-driven powers. 2, I read good books. I gave myself to intense learning. And then I realized that to be glad, well, and to be an outlier, you have to dominate the battlefield of the mind. You have to live a purpose-driven life. And that's the power of positive thinking. Repeat your effective and atomic habits. Learn to win friends and influence people. And all this starts by being a better you. 3, I got reconnected to my source, realizing that in this equation, only 2 factors are constant, God and I. Others are extraneous. The males and the naysayers are valid only to the extent of their consistency to what God has said about me. And look at me now. A tall, dark, and handsome young man. Brilliant enough to stand before you to deliver. I could even ask the photographer for a picture. And I hope that goes viral. About the lady matter, maybe later. But really, nothing changed. Just my mindset. Instead of giving up, I decided to turn the tide and get up. And I promised never to stop showing up. So like me, sometimes your bad old friends may come around. But there will be a wide difference in the EQ and the IQ. In fact, they would call your optimism pure pride. Some of them will give you 4Q. So, be more mature. Give them 6 more. Thank you.
Keep clapping, keep clapping. Boma. You know, DJ Upmost,
DJ.
let me shoot my shot, oh. Boma, you know he said something, and I was very shocked at the beginning when he said the lady said no to him. Yoruba would say,
Urola,
I mean, what was the lady?
focus.
I cannot focus.
Focus.
You know, he's a tall, dark, handsome man. He's intellectual. Did you see the way he was speaking? Did you notice that? And now that he has a right mindset, he could be the right man for me. Let's get back to business. Anyway, thank you very much, Yolu. That was a very resounding one. It basically boils down to our mindset, right?
Yeah, it is. It does.
If you see
Ladies and
yourself,
gentlemen, please, personally, I want to request this. A very resounding round of applause for Tiolu.
yeah. Thank you very much. I was
He
experiencing
told
these bombs.
that story
Yes.
through spoken words, but we can all relate to it to some extent. Maybe yours is not a lady saying no to you or rejection mails. Definitely, if you can say Tiolu is dark in Nigeria, you know in abroad they call it racism. What do we call it in Nigeria? Skinism.
Skinism.
So it's a very wonderful speech, very fun, spoken word rather, very fun to listen to, but then filled with very big lessons for all of us to take home. Ladies and gentlemen, change your mindset. In Nigeria, in abroad, they will have racism against you. In Nigeria, they will have skinism against you. Ladies will say no to you. Guys will say no to you. That one will never change. But what you can change is what?
Your mindset.
Your mindset, just like Tiolu. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for yourselves.
Thank you. So we're going right into the panel session. Are you excited? I cannot feel the excitement in the air. Are you excited? Thank you. We're about to learn from, like I said before, persons that have actually walked through the path that we are presently walking through. So I'm going to be calling them to the stage here. All right. So if your hands are not too busy, jam them together for Mr. Adeshola Ogundiran, FCA. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this side of the hall, Professor Oyedunni Arulogun.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor to welcome on stage Barrister Bimbo Ojenike.
So, ladies and gentlemen, once again to this side of the hall, welcome the keynote speaker, now joining the panel session, Barrister Biola Adeoye.
Keep clapping, keep clapping. All right. Let's call on stage the moderator of the panel session. You know, I said something before that UIC rebel team really mean business. They called the one, the only, Mr. Edmond Obilo. Jam your hands together.
Thank you, Mr. DJ. We have listened to Mr. Adeoye I was particularly interested in his early morning walks. Waking up at 4 a.m. to take a work. I'm not surprised he made it first class. And he said he took those works to meditate. Then I'm asking, why do I need to meditate? When I'm meditating, what is happening to my mind? Did James Allen say that mind is the master? The mind. Can I grow without mastering my mind? So welcome to my word, the radio man's word. Professor Arulogun, it's good to see you again.
Thank you very much.
The keynote speaker talks about meditation. Do you meditate?
Of course, yes, I do.
What does it do to the mind?
It keeps my mind sharp. It helps me to focus. It helps me to be disciplined because I'm able to see what I have engaged in that took my time away from the things that matter.
You know, sometimes I'm asking, Professor Arulogun is in medicine and she's heading the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. Can you link it for us?
Well, before we came up, I was discussing with him. I usually look at myself, I tell people I'm a hybrid. And that's why I titled my inaugural lecture, The Power of the Hybrid. Now, why do I say that? I started my journey from education. In fact, in the last few weeks when I contested for the seat in Governing Council of UI, people said, we are thrilled about your story. We didn't know one can move from education to College of Medicine. So my journey, thank you very much. My journey started from education. And when I gained admission in 1984, one of my uncle's friends looked at me and said, it's bad enough that you didn't see any course but education. That you didn't also even see a good aspect of education but special education. And he was trying to use sign language and told me that there's only one place I can get job in Nigeria. And that place was Federal College of Education, Special Oyo. And as a young girl, I don't like anybody to look down on me. So I looked at him straight. I didn't know where I was going, but I said, why would you look? So I looked at him straight and I said, Uncle, you know what? I'm going to get job in the best places and I'll come back to tell you. Well, I didn't know me, but I just said, why would he say, well? So I told him, I said, I'm going to get job in the best places and I'll come and tell you. I never worked in Oyo for one day. My first job in UC as the speech therapist. And then I moved on to do a Master of Public Health. That's why I landed in medicine. And then from there, I did a PhD. The rest is history.
You can see the power of the mind. Don't forget the subject, exploring personal growth. And they are using their personal stories to send home the lessons. Personal growth outside classroom. The strategies of an accomplished individual. and the keynote speaker. You know, I've been researching on him. He's a star. And I know why I make the point. I'm interested in politics, and I know what goes on in the political circle. For someone to specialize in forensic investigation, uncovering issues, helping national government and institutions, there must be something about that person. I will explore that person as a way of also growing personally. Mr. Adeshola Ogudiro, sorry. Even the keynote speaker kept mentioning you. What did you do to him?
All right, thank you. That's an interesting question. Maybe you should ask him what he did to me. Myself and Beulah's path crossed for the first time, while we were in UI. He was in law, I was in computer science. And we both, registered for the accounting technician scheme, the AAT program, to become a chartered accountant, as it were. Strange, you would say, because he was studying law and he wanted to become a chartered accountant. I was studying computer science, but my background was actually in sciences. I went to Wesley College of Science. Wesley, great. Being in science school, 90% of my classmates, including myself, wanted to study medicine. And quite a number got into medicine. But I had a father, my father is late now, he passed 2 years ago, who will not do anything, he will not do anything the Nigerian way. So my score then in JAMB was a little bit below the merit score. And he said, well, the merits will have been fixed at a level where, if they want to take 300 students, the last score, below 300 would be, that's where they should fix the merit score. Anybody that is below that shouldn't be taken. So he's not going to talk to anybody to get me in. So I couldn't get in, but I currently have friends who are, psychiatrists, gynecologists, family physician, who score far below my JAMB score, but they went the Nigerian way. And they got in. So I couldn't get into UI the first year after secondary school. So it was the second year I got into computer science. But getting into computer science, I realized I had more time. I was prepped to study medicine, as it were. Coming from a school of science. I never did accounting. I didn't even do economics in secondary school. But I was opportune to be in the hall with someone who was doing ICANN at the time. He was an economics student. And he told me, all you need is math and English and 5 credits. You don't need to have accounting background. You don't need to have economics, in your 5 credits to start ICANN. I was surprised, So I registered for ICANN at the time. And, as I say, the rest is history. I actually won ICANN prizes twice. At the ATS2 and the intermediate level. At the intermediate level, I actually have the best results in the country. I got into ICANN, and accounting was so easy. I was surprised, So by the time I was graduating, I was already a chartered accountant. So I graduated with a BSc in computer science, and I was a chartered accountant. So I got into an accounting firm called KPMG. So we went through the ICANN program together, myself and Bill, and that was where we became friends. I also got involved in Bowell of Mercy, which was a registered charity group that we put together at the time. So I got into KPMG, and Beulah doing I think it's 5-year course. Law was a 5-year course, so he finished, after I had left. and he was waiting for law school, at the time. So I got his CV because what would normally be considered for employment in KPMG is actually someone that has served. So you get in after service, But dude had a first class in law, for God's sake, and he's a chartered accountant. How many first class in law, chartered accountant do you have out there? So I said, okay, this is a CV that is prepped for KPMG. So I took his CV, took it to HR at the time in KPMG, and they called him. They were the first said, he has not served, blah, blah. I said, this guy had a first class in law. He's a chartered accountant. What value will service had to this CV? So they said, but he has not served. They called him just to fulfill all righteousness. HR called him. And after speaking to him, I think a few days later, I got a text message saying they will not be able to continue with the process, the normal lines, right? So I took the CV, and I'm like, they won't be able to. So I went to HR. They said that they won't be able to.
You are telling a very interesting story. Move your mic closer to your mouth.
That they won't be able to, to continue with the process. So I went to HR to find out why. They said, am I going to teach them their work? I said, okay, that's fine. So I took the CV, went straight to because it was to come into advisory. We had 3 divisions at the time: audit, tax, and advisory. I was in audit. So I went to the head of advisory at the time, Kunle Lebuti, who ended up being the national senior partner. And I said, Kunle, I need to see you. I said, what's happening?
You were lobbying for your guy.
Yeah, I introduced myself, and I said, well, I have this guy's CV. And he looked through it. He said, wow, first class in law. I said, yeah, University of Ibadan. I said, absolutely. And he's a chartered accountant. How did he do it? Because he expected, if you study law, you get into KPMG, then you do ICANN, then you become a chartered. But this guy had it together even before starting to look for jobs, So I explained to him that we are friends, and, so I said, well, the problem here is, because I'm not supposed to have brought this to you, I'm supposed to bring it to HR. The problem is that I've taken this to HR, they've looked at it, and they bounced him. So they bounced him. I said, why? I said, I wouldn't know, because then they wouldn't tell me. So it was like, this guy's a scholar. That was his word there. He said, this guy's a scholar, So he called the HR people. And
to cut a long story short, what happened?
Yeah, so he called the HR person and said, okay, they should ask him to see him. So they saw him and said, okay, let him go through the process. Let him, forget about the HR bit. Let him go through because you have to do about 3, 4, 5 interviews then before you get into KPMG. So he went through the process, and as they say, the rest is history. And that was where he started his career. And
I can see why Mr. Adeoye kept mentioning him. Iron sharpens iron. Who is your friend? You must choose your friend rightly. Iron sharpens iron. If you are iron, don't hang out with a stone. That's one of the lessons to take away from that story. And stand with a friend that will stand with you. You want to respond to that story.
Thank you very much. I think the most interesting part of the story was that I was not aware of this until several years later. So, one of the major lessons I've learned in life is then that the people you call your friends and acquaintances should be people that will canvass for you in a place where you're not, whether you ever get to know about it or not. And that's why I'm very grateful to Mr. Adeshola.
Mr. Adeshola, you are a star. Thank you. Thank you. Exploring personal growth outside classroom. Let's move to Bimbo Jenike. Outside the classroom, are we saying that there is something more powerful, or there's something powerful outside the classroom?
Thank you so much. Outside of the classroom is the
understand all of those things better when you step outside of the classroom. If you're studying to become a lawyer, you step outside of the classroom and you engage in society, you can understand things in a very concrete way. When you're teaching your legal method, it becomes less abstract. Many people would have legal method, short life to students as something maybe difficult and all, but it's not. The person who has engaged with the real life has the necessary tools for even understanding the things in the classroom. And the classroom equips you with the tools of analysis for you to understand the real world and for you to be able to come up with solutions to your problem.
Are you also a chartered accountant?
Well, I couldn't tell you one. Of course, they admire Viola so much because one guest of honor is still wearing a white t-shirt around the faculty of law, forming lawyers to be. The great man was already accountant and 300 level, and like how you cooking, you have to learn contract law, you have to learn commercial transactions law. I'm mentioning the big. These are the real niceness of many hospitals. This man was learning all of that, doing so well, even doing better than most of all of the big. And then he was a social accountant in the country, and he was doing every other thing we're doing outside of the classroom. And also, I was in the UCJ, I was in the debating society, I was in all manners of things. Of course, I did not join the court, but I joined almost everything. And the first year, I literally went from one office to the other at the Kunyadepo Youth Union building. Just knocking the door, how can I join you? I went from announcer, I joined the UCJ, Kuti Press, Law Press, and just all manners of things. And this man was doing just as much. And with all of that, he made a first class. And then he became a social accountant. And what does that tell you? It's that the real life is the outside world, not like the classroom. And the classroom allows you to do a whole lot outside as well. The faculty of law at that time, we used to have like 4 hours in a day. So what do you do with the rest of the time? After the 4 hours of sitting down with law lecture.
You know, there are certain jobs you get. You are a big boy or a big girl automatically. Take note. Because I see some debates that first class doesn't matter. I hear people saying that. You see, once you get into KPMG, everything changes. My friend Austin Aziegbe, he graduated before us. He read geography and regional planning, University of Benin. We're all struggling. Immediately Austin got into KPMG. We could see the effect. Even as friends, I was studying electrical and electronics engineering. It was already sending us money. So these guys here, don't look at their suit. They are big boys. See, they have money. Education is not key. You are joking. Biola got into KPMG first class law. In fact, the first day he told me he made first class law, I just calmed down a bit. I said, wow, good. Make first class. Mr. Adeoye, how did you read? What was your reading style?
So, the prof wanted to make a contribution on the last point.
All right. Hello.
Thank you. As he was speaking, I remembered myself growing up. And I knew at a very young age that the outside world is it more than the classroom. Living on Oshosami Street in Ibadan as a young girl, I had a friend, an elderly woman, a grandmother, and she was my friend. And how did she become my friend? I'll just greet her. I was in primary school. I'll just greet her. So we became so close, and she told me so many stories about life. And my father nurtured that friendship. During rainy season at Matan, my father would give me a bottle of Shinap to go and give her and tell her I have brought something to make her warm. So when I was going to secondary school in the north, she missed me. And she would send Bonvita and everything. Once I come back, my mom will say, your friend sent you Bonvita. Don't tell her you didn't see it too. So
What happened to the Bonvita?
well, I never saw the Bonvita, but she would tell me, your friend sent Bonvita to you. Don't tell her you didn't see. Just go and thank her for the Bonvita. So I would go there. She would tell me why she's living by herself, why she's not staying with either male or female child. And we talked a lot. And as a young girl, I knew that wisdom is outside. Wisdom is in relationships. Wisdom is in networking, not within the four walls of the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. So we want to get Mr. Adeoye's formula. Listen to that formula.
Okay.
Reading formula.
Thank you. So for me, when I was studying law, I found that the concepts were very logical for me. And beyond law, because I was involved in certain other things outside of law. So for instance, I remember notably one of our lecturers in the ICANN in Bodija, Achievers Educational Center, will say when you are learning, you must learn the principal and the vice principal. So my method of learning, I usually say is the learning of dummies, was to deconstruct complex theories into smaller things that my brain could understand. So if you're learning the principle and you learn the reverse of it, you might remember the principle by the reversal that sticks better. That was one of it for me. The second thing I used to do to study was I was involved in a lot of tutorial groups. Okay, so I would take some myself, what I knew. My friends would take others. The class would take others. In the tutorial sessions, learnings I had was reinforced several times. And I was happy to go to a tutorial without knowing anything. Because by the time he said it, she said it, you said it, and then I know a group of my friends that will still come to my BQ and say, Mr. Adio, let us know what is in that class. I've had everybody say it. The concept has been crystallized in my mind. And then put in my own words to then reproduce it. So my method generally with learning was to deconstruct complex ideas to very simple, bite-sized things that my little mind could encapsulate. And then you then rebuild from there. That was it for me. It still is for me.
You see, we are now looking at that aspect, the strategies of an accomplished individual. The strategies, how do you attain personal growth? He has just told us his own method of studying in the university. What strategy works for you? Strategies. You have any question? Let's begin to talk. You want to ask any question at this time? Okay. Do we have a microphone? The panelists are accomplished individuals. Ask them, how did they do it?
I also want to share my strategy.
Okay.
As a student, every day, I read cumulatively. Today, I read what we did today and what we did yesterday and previous. So by the time exam comes, I'm always playing. And so at the end of the day, I will lead the class. And then they'll say, but she doesn't read. And I'll smile. Because when the exam comes, everybody is doing TDB, I'll just be smiling. Say, Emma Faraway, Emma fail. But what they didn't know was that every day I was reading everything from the beginning of the semester to that date.
Why did they not know?
Because I was in my room, I would do the reading in my room, and then in class we would play, we would gist like I would gist like every other person. So really, they did not see me do any serious academic work. And they were just wondering, but exam will come, she will lead. But they didn't know I was reading cumulatively. So when the exam comes, everybody is jittery, I'll just be smiling. So that's another strategy I'm sharing.
You can see, not the fire brigade approach.
So if I may, just building on what she said, there were two other things for me. I noted that in Nigeria, when you're writing exams, they don't allow you to go into the exam hall with anything. My father used to say, "Onti eyeba je leyagbe fo." It is what the bird has eaten or internalized that it will take in flight. Accordingly, the knowledge I required to succeed was what I targeted, and it was what I could put in my brain. The other thing was, because I was always doing a lot of other things, I had only one chance to read. So I had to do it right each time the first time. You know, some people had opportunities to go severally. No. The time I've allotted to Law 101, legal methods, is the time for legal methods. Okay. When you are dealing with quantitative mathematics, quantitative techniques, queuing theory, all of those atrocities in the world of science that you have to pass.
Did you say atrocities?
I used the word atrocities intentionally.
Okay.
Those things that had no bearing to what I was currently doing, and I had to scale them. You know, I then had to prioritize my learning. So doing things right the first time was important for me, and I knew I won't go with anything. You won't go into exam with Orijo. You can't do that in UI. So what you need to do, you better not. What you then need to do was to internalize. Building blocks, what you have, and then you can produce it. Those were it for me.
You see, he talked about diary. From what he has said, he's a planner. He's a planner. He allotted time for everything. Do you plan? If you make 1 million naira today, what would you do? Are you going to plan how you will spend it? Is there a strategy of how you're going to spend that money? Tell us your strategies. I'm coming to you now for your questions.
Thank you. What I'm going to say is to build on what they've said. Basically, one of the things I realized about learning, is the fact that there's some music, that was sung 30 years ago that we're listening to growing up. If I hear it now, I will sing along. Why?
Why?
Because I've heard it several times. I've heard it several times. So just like her, what I do is also to read. I don't read the first time and want to cram or remember everything. But I read over and over and over again. So my reading is always very fast. Because it gets to a point where when I'm reading this line, I know what's on the next line. I'm reading a line, I know what's on the next line. To give you an example, the intermediate ICANN exams where I had the best results in the country, we had a strike in school at the time. So I had read to the point that I practically can, without cramming, this is not cramming, because the song that I mentioned, I didn't cram the song, but if you start paying whether Shino Peters or whatever now, that these guys don't even know, the names that they don't know, they can't remember, I will sing along, because You know, in growing up, you listen to them several times. You know, even songs that are sung 50 years ago. If someone like Daddy, you know, hears those songs, he will sing along. He probably has not sung that song or heard it in 10 years. You know, so for me, that was it. You know, when it comes to reading, I, you know, go through it several times, such that I don't even need to go through it again. It gets to a point that I'll say, "Oh, I'm done."
That means you were always reading.
I'm done with. Not always. Not
Did
always.
you play?
Oh, a whole lot. A lot.
So you can play and still be a champion.
So I read very fast because I don't read to cram. I don't read to retain immediately.
Okay.
I don't read to retain immediately. You know, so I just read, you know, just read all the words, you know, solve some problem and move on. Then the next time I go through the same thing. So I don't get tired of reading the same thing, of solving the same problem. So I will have read it, solve it, so that the next time I see it, I'm like, oh, this is the answer. You know, I can look at a two-page case study and tell you this is the answer because I already know. So just walk down to that answer.
So they are telling us the strategy in the classroom. So we are going to go to the strategy outside the classroom. And that's basically how did they create wealth? Because at the end of the day, you want to be rich. You want to make money. You should ride a good car. You should have money. You should not be poor. How can you go to university after graduation and you are poor? In that case, there's something wrong with you. But at the end of the day, you are blaming the society. It is the people that build societies. Government has a role, no doubt. But if after graduation, 2, 3, 4 years, you cannot find your footing, there is something wrong with you. That means you have not been able to reinvent yourself. You don't need a magic wand. It's about your mind. My first degree was electrical and electronics engineering. After graduation, all my friends were moving to Shell. They were all moving to Port Harcourt. And they said, "Guy, what's up? How far?" You know they go with us? I said, "I'm going to radio." They said, "Radio? Have you not seen Sylvester Oguname?" I was born in Benin. I grew up in Benin. Sylvester Oguname was one of the most popular broadcasters, but he had no car. Fine voice on radio, and you see Sylvester on the road, trekking. So they reminded me of Sylvester. I said, "I'm going to change the industry." I said, "Don't worry, I go make money. But first, my mission is redemption. That we need to build a society where we can create prosperity for the generality of the people." And I said, "I'm going to use my voice as a tool for redemption. That in the long run, the voice will translate to wealth." And now said, I am moving into human engineering. Why am I telling this story? I had a purpose. I knew what I wanted. And I knew how much time it was going to take me to make 1 million. I was realistic. And I said, immediately I make the 1 million, I know what to do with it. That I will move it into something. And then use that 1 million to build wealth. That radio was not going to build wealth for me. But it's that first 1 million I will now use to build wealth. I'm in the process of building wealth. Don't be surprised in the next 10 years I might be the richest man in the world. I'm a dreamer. Do you have any question for us? Let's go. All right, microphone please. Your name, your department, and your question.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ekene. I'm studying psychology. So my question is for stop by 4. Okay, now, I struggle with sleep a lot. Currently, I'm doing well academically. A lot of more things I need to pay attention to. So, there's a lot of more things I need to pay attention to, basically. And it seems like the regular sleep from 10 to probably 4 or 5 is not enough. Like, I slept, last night I slept by 12 and I woke up by 6 or 7 this morning. Right now I have a headache. So I don't know. How can we function without like taking too much sleep or something? Like how do you do it? Like how are you functioning during the day?
All right. Your question. Don't worry. Any other question there?
Okay.
We need one of the mic. So we have to take the question.
I think there's another one.
That means we have only 2 mics here. Okay.
You can take this one.
I am not gender sensitive. Struggle for the mic. I don't do one boy, one girl. Struggle. It's a level playing field. But again, if you are distributing the mic, use your mind. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, dear panel. I am Abdul and I study education and biology. So my question is directly to Barrister Adioye. So it was of his professors or one of his maybe instructors saying that when learning, you learn the principal and the vice principal. So I want to understand more what he means by principal and vice principal. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take the third question and we'll come back to the panelists. Okay, I need a lady now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, panel. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. My question is directed to Barrister Adioye. I am Adebi Oluwatimi Sarah, a third level student of the Faculty of Law. My question is, it was talking about how you involved in a lot of activities. It was the president of this organization and that. How were you able to juggle these so many activities? Because for, I don't know, your time is different from our time. Because for us, it took a lot of distraction. I don't know how to juggle and balance. That's my question.
All right, Ichok. Let's come back to the panelists. Mr. Adioye.
All right, so thank you very much. I think for Ekene Nwankwo, psychology, sleep and attention, the body needs sleep. You cannot cheat nature. That's the basis, okay? There are times when I sleep for significant lengths of time and rebuild my body. You have my chief of staff here. You can ask my PA. You can ask my associates, my brothers, and even the chairman and the DG of the both foundation. There are times they cannot reach me. You go away and refresh your body, your soul, your spirit. Otherwise, you will expire. But there is time for everything. I take a leadership training in Europe as part of my role, and I was away in St. Just, somewhere about 1.5 hours away from Paris this last week and a half. And I tell the leaders there from all over Europe, they'll come, but I'll take a particular class and facilitate. And I tell them, nobody will die if you lock up your phone, as long as you inform them. I will take my phone, switch it off, put it in my locker in my room, and I won't come back to it until it is time. There are systems and people in place to do everything. That's when you discover that you've over assumed your importance in the world. Secondly, there are periods of time, people that know me know, after 6 o'clock, if you are not on an exclusion list, you can't reach me. Sorry, I'll see it in the morning. But as a student, there are times when you need to wake up and do TDB. You had better do it. I mentioned that there were times I would go, those mosquitoes, in fact, we have agreements now. There the amount of mosquito bites I've had, they've agreed that when they bite me this time, I shouldn't catch malaria again. Okay. But you need, so let me just be open to you. You need sleep on one hand. I think there's a, okay. Yes, you need sleep, but too much of everything is also bad. You must create a cycle. Your body will adjust to that cycle. If I sleep at 2:45, by 4 I'm up. Even if I force myself to sleep back. Haven't done that for several decades. Your body already takes that. And when you find that your energies are going down, then you take care of it. I've had incidents, where I've had to stop, rest, do all sorts of things. I do a medical checkup every now and again. You do the things you need to do to see how your body is doing. But my brother, at this point in time is when you need to burn the midnight oil. As a student of the University of Ibadan, this is when you need to take the world, then go out there and excel. This is not the time to sleep.
This is not the time to sleep. Let me come to Barrister Bimbo. Do you still sleep? Okay. Now, you are outside. What is your strategy?
Okay, so let me first start by saying that, or admitting that I sleep. Certainly I do. And I was going to advise Ekene as well that one of the things that you need to do is maybe to declutter as well. It's not necessarily about reducing your sleep time. I mean, for now, when you get to the things that will keep you awake, nobody will tell you. You will think about them day and night. So for now, you still have time to sleep. So what are the things that you need to maybe refocus on? Think about the time you spend on your phone, the time you spend with friends that do not add anything to you. That's even more stressful. Emotional entanglements here and there that do not really help you in any way. Find a way to deal with all of those things. So at the end of the day, you then see that the time that you have for meaningful things will become even maybe sufficient in a sense. So as a person, just like my good friend, there are times that I sleep, and you have that time as well that you don't sleep because you have things that you need to do. The good thing and the prayer that I have for you really is that you find early in life that thing that keeps you awake, because that's one way. You can't tell someone to not sleep if there is nothing they want to do, staying awake. But when you have something that you're pursuing, then it becomes easier for you to prioritize and decide the time that you're sleeping, the time that is spent with family, and maybe not just sleep alone. You need to play. Everyone must play. How do I get that? I get that from children. You see me on a Saturday, I'm just like any other kid anywhere. We run around, we make jokes, and that's the beauty of life. Does that stop me from doing the more meaningful things that I have to do? At times I have to stay awake for that play time. But at the end of the day, it makes it helps you to live the wholesome life where you connect with your real person. You're doing well in terms of interacting well with the people around you, interacting with the society around you, giving back to the people around you, serving people. The joy that you find from that can help you to stay awake when you have something to do. There are times that I need to go to court like the following day, and you have like lengthy things to read, voluminous papers here and there, and you must be prepared. But I spent the daytime pursuing one child on the street, under the bridge, or in one corner of the street. Now, if that is the way I've spent my time in the daytime, then there is joy in my soul. I can stay awake, remembering that one child that is going to start a new life because I spent time with that person.
Is networking necessary? Is networking necessary for success?
Yeah, networking, it depends on networking with who. Yeah, really, you can network with failure as well. So with the wrong people around you that you spend the best of your time with, that's networking for failure. They will connect you with others of their own kind. But if you network with the people who are on the same mission with you, and this is where it starts, the University of Ibadan is a great platform for anyone to start in life. I would say that if I had attended anywhere else, maybe, but I just made everything happen. the good friends around me today, the people that we still do things together with, the clients that I serve, some of them, some of the troublemakers that I serve as well. Yes, like Fisayo Shiyombo. Don't tell him I said so. It's all here from the University of Ibadan, connecting with people who are on a journey, who understand that idea of purpose so early in life. Fisayo came in, for example, to study agriculture. And today we mock him and say, if you feed a goat, that goat will die.
He's a top investigative journalist.
And that's all
today.
he has been doing.
Yeah.
This is where we all connected. We're still together as a family today. Somebody is the other person's lawyer. When you need someone to advise you on something, on finance, you know who to call.
You connect and you keep it.
You connect, yeah. So this is where it starts. Good relationship that you then keep. People who can bank on you. People who can depend on you. And it does many things for you. It helps you early in life to be able to use your time well because you're already on the journey, because you're spending your good time with the people who are on that journey with you. So that goes to time management.
You can see the connection between both of them, and both of them landed in KPMG. Learn to connect.
They didn't take me along to KPMG.
I want to ask Professor Adeoye, I want to hear your voice. Your son made first class. Can somebody take the mic to Prof? Your son made first class in law. Did you see it coming?
I didn't make first class. I made 2-2 in the University of Ife. Great Ife. What I have learned is that our children should be greater than us. The method of my own learning and what we were taught was different. I wish I were here with my SOS 512. Many years ago, I used to take it to class. They have told us that after our lecture.
Try and move your mic closer, sir.
After the lecture, within 24 to 48 hours, you go and review the whole lecture. And then, by the margin of your notes, I'm still looking at it, you crystallize the points. And then, when you have internalized, it is those crystallized points that you study. Then we have what we call in-depth card, small cards. Then you transfer those points into the in-depth card. Then you go to the library. If the lecturer gave you 6 points, you get 4 more. Therefore, it is 10. My brain is not as sharp as his own because I was an indigent student, completely indigent. I was managing with friends. I would put a camp bed under. There was a day that they said they will rusticate all those who are indigent students. So I ran to the class, and it was in the bush. I had to sleep on the bench. And in the night, a fairy came in, Iwe, and shot at me. I almost lost my breath. I woke up, my neck was like this for about a week. To later found that it was just a threat. That was the way I walked. If I had had ease, like I think he probably had, I would have made half class. But actually speaking seriously, they were very serious. They took after and above us. They take counsel. This was our professor in our house. She took care of all of them and made sure she trained them. While I was Baba, she was a scientist, and she was the... So, I think our brains were different. This is old school, this is new school.
Let's hear from Mama. Yes.
Praise the Lord. uh, well, please pardon me to sit down. I wanted to enter the university, but my father died, and they had to find job for me. Before then, a father will not allow you to do any work. He will want you, when you come from school, he will tell you to go to the library, you go and borrow in the library, you read.
Mommy, we can't hear you well.
Okay. My father will force us to go to the library. You know, so when you come from school, the first thing you do is go to the library, and she will tell, and her mother will come and cook for us. And when that was, she said, "Yeah, why wouldn't I?" He said, "No, in our time, it's machine. Machine will do all the washing." Her mother said, "Machine will do the cooking." He said, "Yes." So he did it. He used to tell us that, look, if I give you any property, this is a polygamous family. You'll be quarreling, among yourself, but your certificate, and you must not be late. You must leave time, go to school in time, and so on. So, somebody during the war, they gave him some property to buy. He said, "No, he's going to buy any property," and he said it's not going to leave anything but your certificate. So we had that, all of us, that you must read, even if it's in the night, even when there's light out, you may go into the store and use torchlight to read. So you read. I don't know when this cheating came in.
So what your daddy inculcated in his children,
yes,
you also transferred to your children.
And the missionaries who taught us, you can't even cheat. There's no loophole. So, but if you determine, here too, they did it, we saw it, but I don't know how to explain. But what's in your brain, they cannot take from you. So
Yeah.
put it there, do your own part, and then remember that God says that by your sweat you will eat.
Thank you.
And ask God to help you. God has been the one helping you.
Thank you. You see, mommies will always be mommies. She started with praise the Lord. Thank you. Yes.
So quickly,
you also talk about strategies of creating wealth. They need to take that home.
Yeah, what I want to add quickly is the fact that everyone has 24 hours in a day. Everybody, and how you use that 24 hours, the outcome is always almost predictable. Almost always predictable. When we went to Mellanby Hall, I stayed in block A69, and I stayed there for about 2 sessions at some point. In the same room with me, then we had, there's a guy called Julius, he was in communication and language arts. And he had some friends, these are boys that, smoke weed and all that. He had a friend that we used to call Shango in those days, used to plait his hair. Anyone that was in UI in the late 90s, 2000 will know him. I walked into, one of their friends, a couple of months ago called Yele in Lagos. And I was asking after them, where is Julius? He said, Julius, he went somewhere in Europe, there was an issue. I think he's in prison. Where is this other person? This guy is dead. The outcome is almost always predictable. because we are very religious people, right? So we pray, we do all sorts, and we believe that, oh, there will be a magic, but the work, God said He will bless the work of our hands. If there's no work, there's nothing to bless, basically. So our use of time is very, very critical. I was talking to my staff, in one of the businesses that I run recently, and I told them, I said, there's a way you understand the principle of work and diligence that your employer will think they are underpaying you. That there's a way you work, you understand the principle of work and diligence. Because I had a staff who is always complaining. So we had a staff meeting and I was talking to them. He's always complaining. Once you ask him to do something, the first response is always a reason why, he might not be able to do it. So I'm like, just take it up and just do it. Just get the work done. Do it. Get the work done. So the fact is how you spend that, 24 hours. And she was telling me.
How do you keep such a staff? Why do you leave that person in the system?
I mean, the person is actually on his way out for all intents and purpose.
Okay.
Because part of what I do with my business is also that the fact that people with good technical skill, but bad attitude, I find it difficult to tolerate them. But there are people that does not have the technical skill as much as you expected, but they have good attitude. We run an hospital where, we got a nurse, a male nurse actually, who everybody that interviewed him said that, because he has not really worked within an hospital system after graduating, he worked with a company where he was just the head of their tiny clinic, so he doesn't have that technical skill. But this guy is blessed with great attitude, and I got him. I got him into the business, and I told him, I said, well, the funny thing about medicine is that the classroom is not actually where you become a doctor. It is the practice.
Okay.
It is the practice. And with its attitude, he was able to, because
So attitude matters in this game.
It matters a whole lot, much more than your skills.
So outside the classroom, attitude is key.
Absolutely. And you mentioned network the last time. About Hugwe, of blessed memory, the co-founder of Access Bank, that died in the helicopter crash. I was listening to his memos where the people were reading their tributes to him. Everyone kept saying, oh, I knew about 34 years ago. I knew her about 25 years ago. I knew her about just after graduation, about, 30 years ago. So I tell people, I say, well, if you say you don't need people, oh, my classmates are my classmates, they are not my friends. My co-workers, we are co-workers, we are not friends. You need people. The Lagos State Governor said, I met him 34 years ago, and we've been friends ever since. He supported my ambition when I was contesting to be governor 34 years ago. So you realize that most of the people, that hold your hand, that lead you through life, they are not people you met yesterday.
Attitude, networking. Any question from you? We have 10 minutes more to round up this discourse.
Let me also add something.
Okay.
It's important to delay gratification. To succeed and make wealth, you have to delay gratification. And I'm going to use your example of 1 million. When you made that 1 million, it's possible for you to go on Instagram and say, I have arrived. And you just blow the 1 million in one day, and then you are back to zero. So the ability to delay gratification is important.
Delay gratification. You make 1 million. You are in one room. The next moment you go and pay for 2-bedroom flats. And the next year you cannot pay your rent. You go back to ground 0,000. That is when you now remember you want to buy that latest hairstyle. You are not thinking of what can I do. Presenter was 3,000. 3,000 could not take care of my transport in 1 week. But whenever I got the money, I would just rejoice. At some point, I will not get the money for 6 months. Radio Nigeria will not pay me. But you see me, I will come to work looking so good. Some will say, how? I knew where the industry I was going into. Before I came in, I was already a photographer. My kind of pictures were going to be different kind of pictures. The first time I went to Insane to cover youth corps members in camp, I came out with an idea called Candid Pictures. Why the normal price of pictures were 13 naira, 14 naira per copy, my picture was 250 naira, premium. But why would you want to pay 250 naira for that picture? My zoom lens was first class. I could take you a shot from about 300 meters, you wouldn't know. And by the time I showed you the picture, you won't want to leave that picture with me. At the end of the day, you'll be negotiating the price, but you will not get that picture for anything below 150 naira. And nobody saw my picture for the first 1 week. They were wondering, which kind of photographer be this? It was after 1 week, I started showcasing my pictures. I came out of that camp with money. So while you were not paying me on radio, I had money. When I got into Splash, the first day I saw Chief Bayo Akonde, I told him, tell me your story, sir. I discovered, okay, this Baba is a billionaire. So I'm going to use radio to create more money for him, and from that money, he will give me my court. By 2015, I could boldly say I was the best paid radio journalist in Nigeria. The money was so big, but the idea was to say, no, I can use my voice to generate money for the owner of a radio station. And the owner will give me my share. So when I will sit down with Baba, sometimes I will be talking business, not salary. I'll say, Baba, election is coming, 2015. And I'm the political man. I say, Baba, we are going to make 100 million in two. I'll just be calculating. And Baba will hear money. Baba hear with. You see, if after graduation and you are broke, there's something wrong with you. Nigeria is a virgin land. Yes, you might not be a Dangote. But if 4 years after graduation you cannot take care of yourself, there is something wrong with you, not Nigeria. It is those policies. Someday I'm going to have a personal interview with Mr. Dewey. In that personal interview, he has delivered a lecture. I have recorded the lecture. I'm going to go back home and listen. Because I know who he is. You don't even know him. Those of you that have his number, stick to him. Don't leave him. Network with him. These are the people you should have in your list. Look at them. Network with them. These are men who have interacted with powerful people. Let's take 2 questions before we go. What is happening to our microphones? Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the very informative session. My name is Abiola Salao. I'm a 300 level medical student. So yeah, I would like to ask Barrister Adeoye my question. In his lecture, he mentioned in his speech that our formal education and career are two distinct things. They are two distinct things. So I would like to ask for further clarifications as regards this. In addition, taking into consideration that most of the panelists are in diverse sectors, I would like to ask that as a student, or for example, as a medical student who also has other interests, is it advisable to distinguish this interest from my medical study or find a way to integrate them into one? Thank you.
Okay, we'll take another question. Thank you for your question. Sharp, you know.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwatamilore Muideen Adebayo. I'm a 300 level student of computer science. I'd like to appreciate our panelists and most especially Mr. Barrister Adeoye for not coming here to give us the aspire to perspire to inspire speech. So my question, during your speech, you talked about identifying opportunities in challenges. I would like you to elaborate on that. And secondly, a lot of blue chip companies, they have age caps, when it comes to employment nowadays. But because of the way the academic state of the country is, a lot of people are above those age caps. For instance, they would say you have to be less than 25 to be able to apply to this position and all that and all that. So how do we go around that? And then finally, Mommy mentioned about building a relationship with a grandma, while she was young. In the day of TikTok and YouTube and all that, how is maintaining such a relationship possible? Thank you.
Okay, let's start with Professor Arulogun. I want to end with Mr. Adeoye. So he
Thank you very much for your question. Since we came, I had told my brothers here that the greatest distraction is what I'm holding. And is affecting human relationships. For us to relate and go back to the social bonding, we have to do less with our mobile phones. I'm not on TikTok, I'm not on Instagram, and it's deliberate. It is deliberate. I remember even most of the bank apps, I don't have them on my phone. When I go to the market and I say transfer, I say, sorry, I don't have it on my phone. I say, why is it? Why? I said, it is discipline. Because when you have the bank apps, you can buy on impulse. And I don't buy on impulse. So it takes a lot of discipline. We have to do less on this if we are going to go back to the social human relationships that we need outside the classroom.
I could hear murmuring. But again, Professor Arulogun, this is also one of the most powerful tools for creating wealth in the 21st century. I can give myself as an example. I run an online bookstore, udarabooks.com. I have an online bookstore, udarabooks.com. This is the tool. I sit down in my house, I'm using this tool. Now, I run a podcast. It is on this tool. I have a diary. It's on this tool. The point I'm making is that what do you do with it? That's the question. What do you do with it? In fact, I have migrated most of my activities to this platform in such a way that I can sync my phone, sync my laptop, sync my iPad, because it's a tool for me to create wealth. As I'm talking to you in the next 6 months, I'm launching another business platform on this system. So it depends on what you are doing with it. That is the point. For Professor Arulogun, it is a source of distraction. And she is successful with her own strategy. So, what strategy are you deploying? Okay.
Sorry, I agree. What I meant was that because this is also my diary, my laptop is synced to this. But what I'm saying is, for young people, you can easily be distracted. So know what you want to use this for and have a focus. That was what I'm saying. Okay. And for the for the 300 level medical student that you asked a question. Now, even as a medical student, you can still run your passion. I was discussing with Mr. Obilo this morning. In November, I was in Berlin with 5 teams of students from University of Ibadan, medical students. They developed an app that would help patients with medical adherence to their drugs. They are still medical students. They have their innovations. Right now, their innovations have been registered. So you can do the two together. Your passion, that's what our keynote speaker did today. His passion with law, with ICANN. So as a student, you can also have your passion and run it. In fact, that's what's going to make you excel in your studies. Because for you to run your passion, you need a lot of discipline and focus. And let me just use this opportunity to tell all of you that next week, Thursday, right here in the big hall, there is going to be a training by Unilever and UNICEF in partnership with UI on entrepreneurship skills. You have an opportunity for training on entrepreneurship and you get certificated. You have an opportunity of internship with Unilever, with UNICEF and other blue chip as part of what you get out of that workshop. So next week, Thursday, I expect to see all of you and your friends downstairs. Thank you.
So I was going to respond to Abiola, and I'll just build on what Professor Arulogun has said already. The average person can do so many things at a time in the real sense. I don't think that you need to forgo other interests because you're learning you're studying to become a medical doctor. And I will use myself as an example for you. I can't tell the whole story. I studied law. I'm practicing law. I practiced law in some of the finest law firms. And I run a growing commercial law firm today. At the same time, I started the Destiny Trust. The Destiny Trust has several projects, teaching kids how to code, taking kids from the streets, setting up schools for children that are considered to be too old to go to school. I do all of that while I'm still a lawyer. At the same time, we have what we call Help Central, connecting people for good. People who have excess food, don't waste that. Put it on a certain app. And then somebody who needs it somewhere, maybe for an orphanage or for a home for senior citizens, can then pick it up and then take care of some other people. How are we able to coordinate all of these things at the same time? I'll just first advise you. The one that you consider to be your primary interest, focus on that first. Build on that. Somehow, it will be possible for you to do other things. The people that started the Destiny Trust with me were my colleagues in the law firm of Professor Yemi Oshimbajo. We connected all our law firms in the same way. Oh, call somebody at Talukwane Ebode. Call somebody, at B&I. Oh, please join us. We are doing this. Young lawyers, let's go on a Saturday. Let's go on the streets and look for children. If you look at the Destiny Trust today or you join the organization, more than 50% of the people at the Destiny Trust are lawyers. We don't really have many full-time people. These are lawyers, some of them outside of the country already. They are doing the work and they have a day job. Nobody is sitting down somewhere saying, oh, this is all I do. When the children are not running on the street, then I'm just sleeping.
it's possible for us to network, to think strategically, to look at things beyond the ordinary. Okay, let's just feed them so that they will not die. To think about policy, how to initiate reforms, or to use the small things that we do as examples of bigger change that can happen. All of those things are possible because we learned something first, primarily. And that's not going to be a waste. Your medical qualification, you will find that so useful in whatever you choose to do at a later time. At the same time, I do graphics design. I have many people who do that. But then I still love to do it. I like to do my presentation because you don't even know how I want to put a certain thing. I have people who can help me with that, but I still love to do all of those things. I learned most of those things from the University of Ibadan. I can still write as a journalist. I've been with The Guardian. I was with Tell. I did Ibadan Buy and Sell, many other things. You shouldn't leave anything behind at all because you don't know the one that will be most useful to you at the end of the day. And you're capable of doing many things at a time. You can be many things.
All right. So as he was talking, I remember what my dad told me when I was leaving home for secondary school. You know, he said, make friends, make good friends. You know, and I always remember that. I mean, when I was writing my tribute, when he died, you know, I wrote a story around that, you know. So it's very important to make friends, you know, and it's much more important to make good friends. You know, network, you know, like your life depends on it. Because you always need people. Always. You know, there's no time that you will not need people. You know, he was talking about some of the help that he has, some of the things that he's doing and what he's planning to do. You know, he's done that work, but he's telling people, you know, because the success of it does not depend on him alone. No matter how good he has built it, you know, it needs people. Prof was just trying to invite you to a program now. You were not part of the planning. You don't know what they've done. But she needed to tell you because she needed people to be at that event, you know. So walk, you know, pray, you know, like you don't walk. I mean, just like Beulah have a praying mother, we always do. I mean, I had a fight with my mom last week because at almost 80, she was doing 3 days fasting. I'm like, what's going on? You know, I mean, I got to know maybe the 3rd day. I said, I learned you've not been eating. You know, so we pray, you know, we're lucky we have them, you know, they pray, but we're also not lazy. We're not just depending on their prayer. You have to walk. And as I said, you know, you can always tell the outcome. You know, the outcome is predictable. If I have a couple of students in UI now, you know, and I study their life, how they go about doing their things, I can predict, you know, what those students will be after graduation.
What you sow is what you reap.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Garbage in.
Garbage out.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Adeoye.
Thank you very much. Just to draw a little bit of a biblical reference from what has just been said, the Bible says, say to the righteous man, it shall be well with him. Say to the wicked man, it shall be ill with him. Why? Because the reward of his hands will be given him. Now, let me address some questions very quickly. Tobiloba, you talked about the principal and vice principal. It was my teacher's way of saying, if you understand the principle and the deconstruction of the principle, which is the vice principle. So I tell you that I understand concepts by their reversal. I understand leadership by defining followership. And for the organizations I've run, for instance, the Boils of Mercy, they will tell you, any members of Boils of Mercy here, BOM, we defined Boils of Mercy by who we were not. We're a charity organization. We go and visit the children. We go and do projects for them. And my friends helped me. If you are not doing those things, you are not Boils of Mercy. Okay, so let me also state something around principal and vice principal that helped me with my education. There are certain things that you need to accept when they are presented to you as knowledge. I'll give an example. As an accountant, they'll tell you debit asset, credit income and liability. Is a principle, day sale. Debit asset, credit income and liability. If I wanted to use my 100 level undergraduate ed to understand that, I will never. Because asset is what you have, Abi. And they say you should debit it. The answer to that question is not in accounting. The answer is in economics and financial mathematics. And I'll give you the theory. Okay? Asset is defined as what? Liability plus owner's equity. Your assets as an individual. So some of the wealthiest people in the world are the people that have borrowed the most. Think about any of the multi-billionaires. Why do they borrow? Okay? Think about America. America holds the most in the world today. While we say we can't borrow, how do you leverage out of your poverty into the wealth you need to create? Different conversation for a different day. Asset is what? If you didn't learn anything today, asset is what? Liability plus owner's equity is what you do with that liability. Ultimately, in returns, turning it to owner's equity and it will balance. That's the accounting equation. That is the debit, asset, credit, income, and liability. I only understood the principle later. So you understand that? So understanding and deconstructing helps to learn. Let me talk to Adebi Oluwatomi. You talked about juggling activities, the lawyer say it choke. I agree with you. I'll just tell you in one sentence some of the business interests we have that are running today and are making money. Okay? I have one of my staff here from the family office. You know, some of the people that work with me know my PA. We have assets in oil and gas. Okay? We have in financial institutions. We own an insurance company. Between my friend and myself, we own an hospital. It's running today, a 20-bed, full-service hospital. We own property. We own technology companies. All of them running live. Live. They have their own people. They have their own boards. They have their own management. They're doing their work. The same 24 hours we have. Okay? Think about Mark Zuckerberg. Look at their ages where they became multi-billionaires, number one on Forbes, number one on this, ruling the world. Are they much older than you guys? The learnings and principles you learn here are universal. I said that before. Don't forget it. The same person that walked in your shoes is leading in the world. And we're leading in the world. Just need to accept it, internalize it. Like Mr. Bilo keeps saying, it's in the mind. You need to get to that place in your mind where you know that you're not built for your corner of the world. The investment the Almighty has made for you is to the ends of the world. It's how you engage it. Okay? So, my brother has answered Abiola Salako's question. Diverse interest. Again, there were three things I thought might be helpful to us. Let me answer this last one and I'll just give you those three nuggets and I'll leave. Muhyiddin Adebayo, you mentioned opportunities and challenges, age caps when it comes to employment, and then building relationships. Like I said it, how old were those guys when they made all the money? When they had an idea, the world needs something, you have that something, you're lucky in this time is an information age. The moment the world knows that you have that information, they'll come to you for it. Does anybody know Lai Wasabi? He doesn't know me, I'm just saying. I remember watching his kids before. Funny things. He has over 1 million followers. Sometimes he does something funny. More than 1 million people look at it. It's not just millions. Their likes, their impressions, their followings, all of those things at the back of it is value. Bringing finance. And then you have corporates coming to him, say something about our products. We'll give you X amount. In fact, I have 2 daughters, Adela and Anaya. They have more following than I do. Because they do funny skits. You can check them online. And you will see what these children... My daughter said to me once, she said, Daddy, I want to be a trillionaire. And in my thinking, and she put it in a prayer. We went to church, and she put it and she gave it to me. And me, I also gave it to God, because I don't know how to become a trillionaire. I've had billions, but I don't know how to have trillions. But this little child, where she got the trillionaire from, I don't know. Is she going to be a trillionaire? Absolutely yes. Because that's already something she has formed. And every day, they're doing something funny. People are following, people are liking, people are sharing. Likes. Let me give an example for you, right, just to help you. For those of you that are in this social media space, do you know that your impressions, your likes, your follows, your shares, that is the currency to create wealth for you. And it's in your hand. And it's in your hand. The world pays for it. Now, let's talk about the difficulty in town today, and that's where I'm going to end. This. Today, people are hungry. People are tired. People are worked up. We looked for certain things in society. We've not quite gotten it, right? The solution is in your hands. In the palm of your hand. When I was on the campus, I mentioned Mrs. Arola and Agla Rentals. I'll go and rent these chairs from her, collect it, come and arrange it here. Borrow my father's pickup to do it. Hire my brothers, we'll pay each other some money and make money. Now when we have an international logistics company in maritime, making dollars every month, it didn't start by a dream. It was on the campus of UI when we're arranging chairs like this. Do you know that there are some people that are going to remove these chairs when you're there, when you're gone? That is the Yoruba people say, Owo igbe, okinrun, sorry. The money you make from the bush and from dirty work, that money does not smell. Okay? And it is your hand that will do work. The hand that works will enjoy. Okay? So, now, what do you do? Hey, one, in Nigeria today, as students, as you're going back, there's an opportunity to arbitrage. Okay? Write it down, arbitrage. Look for a place where you can get something, somebody that needs that thing, stand in the middle, make a spread. Very simple. A. B, broker is very simple. Buy and sell, build something. I'm giving you nuggets, if you wanted nuggets, that you could use. Somebody needs something, somebody has something. C, create. You can create content. You can produce something. Some of us are good at sewing. Some people do face painting. Almost everybody here, if you're of a certain gender, would have tried to look a certain way. And boys too. That's something you can do. And the fourth one, the D, diversify. Don't do one thing. Some people say you need at least 7 streams of income. Okay? I have more than 7 streams of income. If one works, the other doesn't work. And usually, not always, the headwinds of economic travels should not eat them at once. In certain places like Nigeria, it does. But we'll still face it. Okay? So 1, arbitrage. 2, broker, build. 3, C, create. Okay? And D, diversify. That's a good way for you. From today, as you're going to your hostel, to your rooms, to your BQs, wherever it is you stay, do something. The people that win in the world are the people that execute. All this that you've heard, go forward and execute. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. We have come to the end of this discourse. And what books do you read? Beyond your courseworks, do you read books? Learn to read books. Blockchain Revolution is a book. He mentioned Mark Zuckerberg. If you go on udarabooks.com, there's a book we have. Facebook, The Inside Story. Do you know how many apps Mark Zuckerberg developed before Facebook worked? He was in Harvard. Read those stories. Elon Musk just released, Isaacson just released Elon Musk biography. When you read Elon Musk's story, you discover the same story in the university. But what did he do to change? You might not be rich as Elon Musk, but you should be comfortable. I said, if 4 years after graduation, you are broke, have no money, there's something wrong with you. In that case, I'm saying there's something wrong with your mindset. You need to change it. We also know the economy is bad, no doubt. But you can be the one to lift the economy. You can be the change that Nigeria needs. I don't know what you dream about. You can be that leader that will redefine the state. What are the lessons to take away? Meditate. Be disciplined. Consistency matters. Problems are opportunities. When you see problems, if you're able to find solutions to them, you can create wealth. The keynote speaker talked about David's ammunition that brought down Goliath. Think of it, innovation. Champions are not made in the ring. Where? Answer that question. Avoid distractions like a plague. Have a diary. Keep to the details of the diary. And when you need to amend the details, do that strategically. Complete your task. Plan your day. Don't just wake up and stop jumping around and start jumping around. Education and career are distinct. There is short supply of professionals in certain sectors. Research those sectors and see how you can take advantage of those sectors. Now, not tomorrow. The keynote speaker became a chartered accountant in 300 level. He said we do not have a leadership problem, but a followership problem. I was going to take him on that, but no time. Invest in people, network. Mind is the master. Professor Ulogun, thank you for this discourse. And I must thank Barrister Bimbo, thank you. And Mr. Adeshola, thank you. I've learned from your stories. And Mr. Dewey, we appreciate you. Ahmed Mondo Pilo, thank you for listening.
Shake it. I will. I'm on my will. That's it. Tune into the king of songs and blues. I know they want to see me fall. But I they stop it, I know they follow. Won't pay me or more babalo. If you don't know, make you ask I do go. I do go. Where do they body? I be doing this in a whatever you do, hope say you they make me laugh. I don't get time for wahala, I dey ease. I will, I'm on my way. That's it, yo. Lale Friday, Ibi, on my way. I'm on my way. That's it, yo. Lale Friday. 50-50, we go share a man, no like Ojoro. Get as you go do, I go know your color. I get to your color, even when I shy you. My best soldier, yeah, madam, duro. Where do they body? I be do. Man of the year, I'm really cautious. What time commission? La ila, okay, for G-share. Baby, Jijo, mio, my cause. Orente, baby fight karate. Oshubareni, kosowo toluwa le se. Ọmọdé ilé, joro mi àjòrò, money oh every day. Dantata Dangote, tójú bá rẹ̀ jù, kó má ṣe yẹ. I can be the man of the year, you can be the man of the year too. Tójú bá rẹ̀ jù, kó má ṣe yẹ. I can be the man of the year. You can be the man of the year too. Pass two. If If you dance, I go dance too. Olomi mo nkaku.
Ladies and gentlemen, you must agree with me that that panel session was a very powerful one. It's one that you'd most likely have to pay thousands of naira for before you could attend. So let's give a resounding applause to all the panelists. Thank you very much. So right about now, we are going to be going into the next thing on the agenda, which is very, very important. It's the fundraising for the Student Union. I think you should be excited about that. So I'm going to be handing over DJ Upmost. You know what make we raise funds? Thank you. So I'm going to be handing over the mic to the Vice President and the Treasurer of the Union.
And of the greatest you are. That energy is very low. And of the greatest you are. Ever conscious you are. Ever dynamic you are. This is not the venue for greatest Bagba, so we are going to skip that. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on all existing protocol. I would like to start by saying a very big thank you to the Adeoye family, ably led by our very own Dr. Beulah Adeoye. Also, say a very big thank you to Mr. Adeshola Oguniran, Prince Barrister Bimbo Ojenike, and Alhaji Hafiz Suberu, and all our distinguished personality here present. We say a very big thank you for gracing us with your presence. We've had a wonderful time. We've learned a lot, which we will take home to adapt into our personal lives. We want to use this opportunity to intimate you with some of the things we've been able to achieve as the Student Union, and also, in the same vein, inform you on some of our projects which we are currently working on. I will be handing over to the Vice President to continue.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. My name remains Nafisat Okuseson, and I'm the Vice President. I'm a student of Faculty of Law 500 level, so I'll be taking what we've done as an administration. In July 2023, we were inaugurated as the Executive Council of the Student Union, which make us administer the affairs of students. And over the past few months, we've done quite a lot. We firstly started with the bursary program. The bursary is like raising school fee for indigent students, and we've done that for over 150 students to cater for their school fee and every other expenses that they have. And moving forward, we handle the food initiative because we realize how tough the economy is, and then there's a need to alleviate the hunger crisis in the society. So we deemed it fit to actually provide food, no matter how small, to students to ensure while they read, they are well fed, and this is what we did. And then we had the support of our Honorable Keynote Speaker, who is here today, Barrister Beulah Adeoye, who provided all the resources, the rice, the beans, the gari, and even the sachet in which we used to pack the food. Thank you. And as an administration, because we recognize the importance of not just having a degree, like having a first class, and so we incorporated entrepreneurial skills. We train students on digital skills like graphic design, photography, and a whole lot to ensure they have a balanced life. And many of these students have picked up a skill and then started monetizing it, and they are earning income from it. And this is what we are prioritizing as an administration to ensure that we have students that are all-rounders. They are not just first-class students. For me, I lead by example, so they are supposed to like pick a little bit from who the executive are. Apart from being a first-class student, I write, I speak, and I do a whole lot of things. So these are what the legacy that we want to leave as an administration, to ensure students are not just first-class holder, but they have enough materials to use in the labor market. And also an administration, we got a union boss to ease the movement of our affairs and also. And then today, we first want to apologize for the absence of our president. He's currently at the governor's office because the governor just gave us a bus today, so he went to handle the procurement and everything. So finally, we also like handle the school fees sponsorship and all. Till now, the portal is still being opened because we realize that many students have still not paid their school fee, and that has like shortened our own junior due, because if students have not paid their school fee, we can't get any money. But because of the administration, we prioritize students a lot, we still maintain our position that the portal should still remain open so that students can still pay even though we don't get any money to run. So as an administration, all money that we've used to execute all our projects are from benevolent people, sponsors and everything, so that we ensure all projects are well fulfilled. In this regard, there's still a number of projects that we want to do, even though we have 2 months to go, but we still want to leave a good legacy and a system in place for people that are coming after us, so they don't suffer the same thing that we did, but just enjoy and stuff. So for us, we still have a couple of projects. We have the bursary, we have the SUB renovation. We still want to do more for the food bank initiative and then the skill acquisition, so we can equip many UI students with so much skills that they need to have and ensure that UI students remains the standard that they should be. So I'll leave it to my treasurer to speak on 2 of these projects where I handle the rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. While many would agree that we've come so far as an administration, there is far more to go. Our bursary program from the last project was only able to cater for about 73 people out of over 700 students who applied. So far, we've been able to plead with the management to keep the portal for school fees open for some of our indigent students who have been unable to raise funds for school fees. Also, the SCB renovation, the state of our student union building is very, very bad, and it is a very significant, or let me say, capital project that requires a significant amount of resources. The food bank initiative, we envision for it to be a continuous thing and not just a one-time thing that would only last for one administration. Also, the entrepreneurship skills, we currently have what we call the Student Union Entrepreneurship and Innovation Forum. It is a community that brings students who are willing to do things outside the classroom, who are willing to do things that will set them up for life. So it is also a project that requires a significant amount of resources. Thank you.
Okay, so like you said, like I rightly said, because we recognize the power of alumni, and we know that once we have great people behind, in front of us, we have no cause for alarm. And we know that every project that we want to do will be achievable. There are quite a number of projects. For the SUB renovation, the little we've done so far is to renovate the reading room, to arrange for chairs, tables, and then courtesy of Barrister Biola Joyi, he gave us AC to put there to make it very conducive for students. But there are still more to achieve. Like he mentioned, there was sometimes last week that rain fell, and when we came to our offices, the SLC, that's the Student Representative Council chamber, and then the offices, and when students read, it was really in a sinking position because it was like we were running swimming pool in our offices. Do you understand? So there is quite a number of things to do. And like we rightly said, that the portal is still open today because so many students have not paid their school fee. And we are like 2 to 3 weeks away from examination. So it is a dire moment for most students that have not paid their school fee. And then as a union, we have to prioritize that and raise money and so many other things. Tomorrow now, we want to do International Women's Day. The plan was to do essay competition, to give out pads, because I think there was sometimes I bought pads in February, and then I think it was over 300% increment. I could afford it, yeah, but there are so many students that cannot afford it. And then we are now seeing a very serious crisis. So there are still so many things to do as you guys prioritizing students and all. So we recognize the fact that we need the support of our alumni, the dignified personalities here today, and everybody that listened to us, that have seen our sympathy and us to contribute towards the progress and development of students, no matter how big and small. There are still a lot of projects for us to do, and want to achieve this before we leave in May, and still leave a good legacy for the people coming behind us. So in total, we need, as regards the SUB renovation, as regards the bursary, food initiative, and making life better generally for students. So this is a humble call out for support and then donations towards this project. Thank you.
To buttress what the vice president have said, there is a verse of the Bible that resonates so much with me. The verse that says, "Ask and it shall be given, knock and the door shall be opened unto you." So we are using this opportunity to call on our notable alumni to, if there is any pledge towards our cause. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that, Bray. So we'll be starting from the Adeoye family. We are pleading and humbly seeking your generosity towards the project of the union.
Okay, greatest students.
Great!
Right. Okay, so we've been engaging with the student union government, and like they said, there were a number of things that have been presented to us that we've started working on. What I can assure, we'll take two of those items and deal with it. One is that the first phase of the food bank that we've supported will do a second, a third, and a fourth. So the students that didn't get anything for their, in the first batch, you speak with us, and then that's, how many got in the first one? 150. So we will do, I said a second, third, and a fourth, right? So we'll do another 450 students to get packages. Then for the bursary, I'll speak with them to understand what the requirements are. I'll speak with my brothers here, Dr. Jubilee Ade and David, Engineer David, and the other people, and we'll get to you on the details of that. But thank you for the opportunity. Then for the renovations, what we had done before was to link them with people that can assist. Would find a network of people that would help you take your projects to completion in the shortest possible time.
Like I said the other time, when you have great alumni, you know that you don't have anything to worry about. And that's the power of influence. That's the power of alumni. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much, sir, once again, for your everlasting contribution and support. Then we'll move on to Mr. Adeshola Oguniro. We presented our projects, we presented ourselves, we are poor, and then we need your humble assistance. Thank you. Okay. As a big person in making, I understand the swags of big persons. I think he wants to drop a lot of millions, so he doesn't want to scare everybody away. So he will do that in private. So thank you very much, sir. Really do appreciate that. So moving on, we'll move on to Prince Barrister Bimbo or Jenike. Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. Barrister Bimbo Jenike has told us what he wants to do for the student, and then you'll see the results. That's all we can say. Moving on, we'll move on to Alaji Afiz Suberu. So we presented ourselves, and then we'll request your humble support.
Zero Snapchat, zero Instagram, sing. Fuck up the vibe, my dick. Start falling like London Bridge. I don't care if I saw you in a magazine or if you're on TV.
I think I need to continue with the soap I used in bathing today. It seems today is a good day, and I'm happy. That's what I can say for now. You can see how my face is, I don't know, glowing. So he has made his commitment. We'll follow up, and in short time, you'll see the result. So, in conclusion, we will recognize the fact that we are so many other people here today. Even students can contribute to this project. Your 1 naira, your 1K, and everything amount to the millions that we need to run on this project. So we would go around and then just pitch our ideas, our projects, and everything. So thank you very much, everybody. To everybody that dropped their contributions and people that still want to do, thank you very much. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the programs. Thank you.
Money where we get you know go finish your amen.
Today is a good day. And just like the student union vice president said, I guess I'm going to see her and she'll probably lend me the soap so I could be using it to bath to events. A round of applause once again to all the sponsors. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Wura, before
Yes?
you go on, actually,
Okay.
she said students too can contribute.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself and my family, I present my account number to the union: 70.
Oh, wow.
38.
Oh, wow. They are saying to contribute. You're trying to milk
I'm
from the student
contributing
union.
something. My
Contributing your account number.
You get.
Anyway, I know that Nafisa loves me so much and she'll consider mine before yours. 313-788. Somebody's trying to write it down. You could send something to my account. That would be very nice. Thank you. All right. We've been having fun here. We're about to have another interesting performance. Calm down, you guys. Of the greatest you guys. You are waiting for item 7.
And when the vice president said we are poor, you shouted how?
Imagine, they are waiting for item
And
7.
you're waiting for item 7.
Anyway, jam your hands together as we call on stage a very formidable organization in University of Ibadan. Jam your hands together for Law Chorale.
Girls in my crib, zero Snapchat, zero Instagram, sing. Fuck up the vibe, my dick. Start falling like London Bridge. I don't care if I saw you in a magazine or if you're on TV. That one don't mean nothing to me. Don't need a shower, oh baby, I need a freak. Lick it like ice cream, as if you mean to be disgusting. It's not enough. Chop my banana, one side I lie, then no stopping up. Go shopping up, fuck that.
Law Chorale, if you can hear me, please make your way to the stage.
As well as champagne in my mood. I guess a girl from the ghetto. Cat girls from uptown. That's the life of a city boy. Oh yeah, get Dama. Oh yeah, get Jello. Oh yeah, get oh yeah, get Mama Sheba, come back on. Take me the start of the marathon. Start of the halagon. Cause you know that my let me know.
Let me know what is. Me oju eleba. They know my story. From old dog studio, I be hustle to work. Say me oju eleba. Oh, me and Siri. From old dog studio, we been hustle to work. Hey, me oju eleba.
DJ, thank you. So consider considering the look of time, Law Choral has told us that they're a very formidable organization and they are fully booked. So I guess that's why they are not here. But in the absence of that, please jam your hands together for Cadify. Cadify has a thing or two to tell us. Representative from Cadify, if you're under the sound of my voice, DJ Opus. Representative of Cadify, if you're under the sound of my voice, please make your way to the stage. We're expecting you. Cadify.
Cadify.
Cadify, we are waiting for you.
We were only lovers before the love came in. Now you be soldier. General no send me. Now I'm alone. Now you no send me. You just a post.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Idris Taiwo, and I'm the CMO for Cadify Africa. It's a pleasure to be here, and we're pleased to sponsor this lecture with Coca-Cola. At Cadify, oh yeah, thank you. So before you clap, I'm also happy to tell you I finished from this great university, 2 degrees. So the first degree was in archaeology, then second was a master's. My archaeology guys at the back. Yeah, so at Cadify Africa, what we do is we offer virtual dollar card services. So you can make international payments, be it visa payments, embassy payments, on Udemy for your courses, on Coursera for your online courses, and also for content creators. You can use the virtual dollar card to get your Instagram ads payments, Facebook ads payments, Twitter, X, Blue Tick, and so on and so forth. So aside that, you can also use the USDT on the Cadify platform to get electricity, airtime, or get voucher for your friends and families. So to not take too much of your time, our table is outside. You can feel free to walk up to any of us, and I'll be pleased to meet all of you. Thank you very much. Cheers.
I don't pay my dues, I dey fight it today. Bad belly people, they talk what today. Which kind of cruise you want put me
That was a
today?
very nice one. Let's give a round of applause to Cadify. So, I don't know if you can check the time. You must have noticed that you've spent hours here. And I'm is it because of the item 7? He said, my sister, I can see the frustration in your voice. But at least I'm very sure that you have learned a thing or two, right? And you cannot wait for the item 7. All right. So we are going to be going straight into the presentation of awards. And I will need the student union executives to be here present to help me in the presentation of awards. From the Public Relations Officer of the Student Union, to the Vice President, to the Treasurer, to the Sport Director. Please, I want them in the podium if they can hear me, so that we can present the awards and we can go to our various destinations. Oh, sorry. And we can get the item 7, then go to our various destinations.
And I've been living fast life, but I see it in slow.
SU executives.
Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the turbo. See many people there outside where they feed man's oboe. Oh no, and me I stand the defender like Joseph Yobo. But girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get even money. If you fall in love, Kelly satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see dripple, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm a quest and feet, I just want it.
Happiness, let's go there.
If I broke, now my business. I'ma shine you go right.
Nobody go ask if you don't chop. Nobody go send you free money.
If you don't get now, you add on to the scam, I mean, no be scam.
Upmost. Bring it down. So, ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for the honoree of this event and the president to come and do the presentation of awards, let's just engage ourselves. Like she said, What we have left is to present award. Then we have item 7. Then we go to our various halls of residence. And I can travel back to the states, or your state. You get. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a couple of things that I gained from the lecture and the panel session so far.
You are
See.
Are we not intellectual again?
No matter how angry you are, now me get mic. Now until I say let's go, now we go.
Omar, remember that you will leave this place and they can beat you up.
Let me go there first.
Leave this way, they can beat you up. Anyway, I wanted to mention something. I was thinking that we could have.
Bang bang, biggie biggie, heavy heavy, baby do you want me? Haba, biggie biggie, heavy heavy, baby do you want me? Haba, yeah, you're the one I want to.
In the meantime, while we're waiting for the award presentation, I'll call the representative from BuyLink to come and present their app to us so that we can use that to buy time before we have the award presentation. I'm very sorry that we are taking much of your time, but it's also something that will benefit you. Jam your hands together for the representative from BuyLink.
The happiness in me. I love my life. Anytime I'm with you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adedeji Adebayo, 400 level student of civil engineering. Today, I'll be delivering to us something remarkable, something really great, like something that excites me when I think about it, something we've built, something that solves our problem. Now, let's take, for instance, we want to get something, let's say a portable fan, for instance, and I'm like, okay, where will we get it? Now, some people would say, okay, we'll get it from probably Agbowo or the market or something, and that's very valid answer. But do you know that it's possible that someone outside of ICC actually has the fan? Personally, I have a friend in Sultan Bello that sells that fan. But then, we do not know him, so we're not able to find him. That is the problem. So what we've built is a very simple search tool. It uses geolocation technology and proximity to find every single thing you want. So the app is able to search 10 kilometers around you. 10 kilometers, we're talking almost to Challenge, Monia, around. Of course, it covers the whole school. And that's like very free to you. So you can sit down at the comfort of your home or your room and just search, and you'll find every single person that has what you want. Now, that's a lot of value for free. But how about the value given to my friend in Sultan Bello that nobody knows? Like, he sells great products, but he doesn't have the visibility. And trust me, my friend has tried. He has begged people to repost his broadcasts. He has begged people for status repost. He even went as far as paying people to post his business. Of course, he has saved thousands of contacts, and his phone is hanging now. But then we say no to that. We are changing all that. With BuyLink here, anybody that searches for you, if you are within 10 kilometers of where they stand, they would definitely find you. And of course, if you're on the surface of the earth, they would definitely find you and connect with you. Now, it's very important to note that BuyLink is not a marketplace. There's no buying and selling on BuyLink. BuyLink is a search tool. It finds who you want and what you want. Now, there's something actually, of course, I'm going to say it is for free. Of course, very free to everybody. There's actually something very interesting now. A trade fair is actually going on. And it's unfortunate that those people could not be here on this historic day. Why? Because they have to make sales, visibility. In their own scheme, they're like, okay, I'll be at SUB and people will be able to see me, you know. And trust me, it's working. But it's just unfortunate that the trade fair ends tomorrow and everybody goes to their house and the same struggle. What we are delivering to you is eternal trade fair. It's an eternal trade fair. The trade fair lasts you eternity or the singularity or the end of the internet. You will always be seen no matter what. I'm rounding up. So, ladies and gentlemen, truth be told, from the bottom of my heart, I say congratulations to you all, especially student businesses, because we are ushering you into a new age, into the age of stressless customer acquisition and vendor location, the age we've all been waiting for, the age of BuyLink. Thank you.
Thank you very much, BuyLink.
In short, BuyLink app will allow you to locate the vendors that you need. For example, if I want to fix my nails, if I have BuyLink app, I can literally just search nails fixing and I can literally find somebody. Do you get it? Thank you. Please download BuyLink on App Store and they can share the flyer around.
You get some club where we say UI is go clap for you. You go no say that today go.
Exactly.
Una no do well, oh. Ladies and gentlemen, genuinely, please clap for BuyLink. Genuinely. Thank you very much.
Upmost.
So we are going to be going right into the presentation of awards, and I'll be calling on stage the president of the Student Union and DJ Upmost. Thank you, DJ Upmost.
I want to explode.
So I'm going to be calling the president of the Student Union, Mr. Samson Tobloba Samuel, to help me in the presentation of this award. Please, a round of applause for the 001 of University of Ibadan. So this award will be presented to Edmond Obilo for being the panel session moderator at the 2024 UISU Week Personality Lecture.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me start by apologizing for joining this personality lecture. Greatest UIs of the greatest UIs, articulate UIs, and of the greatest gbagba, articulate gbogbo, fundamental greatest UIs, articulate UIs. Apologize for joining this personality lecture late. I had to leave for another official event. And I'm happy that I'm still able to meet up. And thank you for moderating the panel session. I will do well to catch up on what was discussed. On behalf of University of Ibadan Student Union, I present this award of appreciation to you, Mr. Edmond Obilo, for serving as a facilitator for the panel session of our personality lecture. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Keep clapping, keep clapping. I mean, I was able to be on the same stage with a whole veteran broadcaster today. I do not take that for granted. Give a round of applause for Edmond Obilo once again. So the next award is to Professor Oyeduni Arulogun. Clap your hands together for mommy. There is one thing I really took from the panel session when she was talking about delayed gratification. I'm very sure I will never forget that. Thank you very much, ma.
Good afternoon. I'm privileged to be standing beside my lecturer. So, on behalf of University of Ibadan Student Union, I present this award of appreciation to you for serving as a panelist during our personality lecture 2024. Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate you.
The next award is to Barrister Bimbo Ojenike. And I would love to crave the indulgence of the honorary of today, Amofin Bula Adioye, to help us in the presentation of the award. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so I'm presenting to my dear brother, friend, and my lawyer. So if you're coming after me, know the distinguished lawyers you'll be dealing with. Okay, on behalf of the UI Student Union Government, presented to Barrister Bimbo Ojenike for being a panelist at the 2024 UISU Week Personality Lecture. This day, March 7, 2024. Thank you very much for coming, sir.
Thank you, sir. We still want you here, sir. So, The next person we'll be presenting the award to is Mr. Adeshola Ogundiran. Please jam your hands together for him as he makes him. Barrister Biola, please still be here, sir. You'll be presenting the award.
Okay, so you're asking me to present this on your behalf to my Oga? Is
Yes.
my Oga? My Oga at the top. So, sir, thank you very much. And on behalf of the University of Ibadan Student Union, this is an award of appreciation presented to Mr. Adeshola Ogundiran, fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, for being a panelist at the 2024 UISU Week Personality Lecture this day, March 7, 2024. Thank you very much, sir.
So the final award will be presented by the president of the Student Union of Ibadan, of University of Ibadan. It will be presented to our honoree for today, the one, the only, Amofin Biola Adeoye. Jam your hands together for. If you know you've learned a lot today, keep clapping.
I need you to keep clapping, please. Sir, today is the first time that we will have the privilege. Today is the first time that we have the privilege of meeting you. And let me say that on behalf of the union, so let me say that on behalf of the union, so please, greatest UIs, as a way of our appreciation, please, can we give him a standing ovation, please? I want you to stand up and clap for him, please. Thank you very much, greatest UIs, for honoring him. Thank you. You can have your seat, please. You may have your seat, please. You may have your seat. Sir, on behalf of University of Ibadan Student Union, I present this award of appreciation to you, Barrister Biola Adeoye, for serving as a personality lecturer and for the support that you have been providing for our union. We appreciate you and we don't take you for granted. And we wish you higher heights, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
So right about now, we are going to be moving on to the closing remarks, and to be done by the Student Union President. Don't worry, it's not going to take our time. And as he's doing the closing remark, for the first 100 people, if you know that you are part of the first 100 people that got here, and you wrote your name, please make your way outside for the item 7. First 100 persons, while we wait for the closing remark.
First 100.
Okay, first 100 persons, please wait, not now, when we are done with the event. Thank you. Thank you for souvenir.
And of the greatest UIs, articulate UIs, and of the greatest gbagba, articulate gbogbo, fundamental jẹ́wọ́, articulate ṣíwọ́, fundamental greatest UIs, I want to appreciate you for coming out in your number for this personality lecture. I'm indeed surprised and impressed by your show of support, commitment, and willingness to learn that you demonstrated today. I made bold to say that by around 8 a.m. when we arrived at this venue, we met people that were already on the seat waiting. And by 8:39, the initial venue for this event was filled, and we had to change the venue to this place. And these amazing UIs, they supported us. They carried these chairs from different places, and ensure that in less than 2 hours, we have this place set up. So please clap for yourself. I don't take your support for granted for any reason. Like I always say, the reason we are here is because you trust us. If you stop trusting us, we'll stop being here. And to the best of our ability, we'll continue to represent you, to advocate for you. And we'll continue to do things that will protect and project your interest. So thank you very much for coming. And to Barrister Beola Adeoye and other facilitators for today, we are extremely grateful for your support and for being here. And those that have left too, we appreciate you. For the first 100 people that came, we said there will be souvenir here. Like she announced, there will be souvenir. So if you wrote your name as part of the first 100 people that came, there will be arrangement for that. Then there is refreshment. I believe it's for everybody. So please, let's be orderly. Let's be orderly, please. The souvenir, the refreshment will be presented to us. And let us remember that the Student Union Week is not over. Tomorrow, Friday, is International Women's Day. And we are celebrating International Women's Day away. We have an essay competition that we've organized, and the winners of this essay competition will be awarded. We are also paying a visit to inmates at the correctional center who are females. We'll be donating some materials to them tomorrow. And later in the evening tomorrow, we'll be having a stage play at the Wole Soyinka Art Theatre. I'm calling on you to join us. And of course, we'll return to ICC on Saturday for the variety night. And I'm calling on you to see what we have been able to do with this. We'll be making use of the main bowl of ICC for that variety night. I'm calling on you to join us in crowning the next Mr. and Miss UI. Greatest UI, like we promise you, for this, you will enjoy yourself. Thank you, everybody, for coming once again. We are grateful.
Thank you. Okay, so right about now, we are going to.
Okay, so as earlier announced that because we appreciate punctuality and everything, the first 100 people that wrote their name that came early, that's the person, those are the people we are giving the souvenir. But the item 7, please still hold on that. But just for the books, is for the first 100 people. So if you wrote your name as the first 100 people, you can just kindly come around and then would give you the name.
So okay, let's DJ Upmost. Let's end the event to the national anthem and the University of Ibadan anthem. After that, please be on your seat for the item 7. Please be on your seat for the item 7. So let's go right into it. Let's appreciate our country. Let's stand, please. Thank you.
Rise for the national anthem.
Nigeria's colony, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. Calling over heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and boast.
See, I don't look like waiting, I don't see. I will never forget the 90s. Many nights I go there beg for mercy. Sickle self been showed me crisis. Thank you for the journey, oh Lord, oh Lord. If I say my story, oh boy, oh boy. Back in school, I'm ever blazing. I roll deep with the Almighty. I did try for myself. VIP no regular. Can't copy this formula. I ain't 5-star Angel. I did try for myself. VIP no regular. Can't copy this formula. Money in a filter. Don't let them fool ya. Make your rubber. Stack your paper. Let them know when you pull up, pull up. Man down when I pull up, pull up. I'll be a liquor. Fuck the chaser. Bang, bang, bang. Undertaker. They scared when I pull up, pull up. Yeah, road man fear when I pull up, pull up. Only from a cartoon and I be rapping. Shout out to a gege that city raised me. Ask my crew, then they love me, love me. Then call me AG, baby. Our government
you the best thing for me, yo. I know nobody matter more. Nobody matter. Hey. Nobody matter. It be like I don't win a lotto. I know if you cool it down more. Girl, I'm whiskey away, whiskey away on holiday, holiday to Mozambique. Follow me, go to Mozambique. Baby girl, are you on your way? She made her bring helicopter.
Okay, so we'll be calling the names for the souvenir now. Akinwande Favor, Yusuf Eniola, Olajede Paul. David Precious. Ọ̀rẹ́olúwa Akíngbadé. Olusi Joseph. Fadeyi Josiah. What's his name? Olusi Joseph. Fadeyi Josiah. Oladeji Sarah. Oguride Aishat. Aremu Zainab. Madeyin Anjola Oluwa. What? Oguride Aishat. Akínrìnmọ́lá Ìfẹ́olúwa, Ogundele Favour, Ogundipe Aroluwa, Aya Precious, Olúwatósìn Adédàmọ́lá, Ayọ̀rìndé Akínọlá, Adésínà Olúwadémiládé. Olúwatósìn Adédàmọ́lá, Ayọ̀rìndé Akínọlá, Adésínà Olúwadémiládé, Ṣófẹ́lá Olúwatósìn, Odún Ṣọ̀tẹ̀ Táíwò, Adélékè Precious, Ọlápàdé Táíwò.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So if you want to make inquiries about the BuyLink app, so we realize the flyers were not enough to go around. We'll be outside, and then there are lists being passed around. You could just put your name down, and then we'll get your contact, and they'll reach out to you. Before that, you could reach us outside or meet anyone wearing BuyLink shirts, or my friend that spoke. You could meet him, and then we'll be able to give you updates, answer your questions, and keep you up to date, give you guidance on how to go about the app. Thank you very much.
Are we done? What about the other? Did not come. Taiwo, what? Taiwo. There's no need. Abdul Karim Alima, Isiaq Rodia, Moses Titilayo, Tanimowo Testimony, Ashebu Salem, Fadarem Ololade, Fashola Eunice, Ambali Sherifat, Ogunleye Kolade, Adedoku Joshua. No.
I'm sorry, I'm on the run, no. Catch me if you can.
Okay, as we all know that the Student Union Week remains 2 days. For tomorrow, we are doing the International Women's Day. We are doing visitation to orphanage and prison. The winners of the essay competition will be announced tomorrow, and then the winner will be awarded on the writing night. But for the donation to orphanage and prisons, we encourage your presence so we can go together and do our quota to the community.